The President, please be seated. The chamber is now in session. Today we will hear the testimony of the witness Hum Hui. Good morning, Mr. Hum Hui. Court officer, could you assist the witness with the hearing equipment? The President, Mr. Hum Hui, have you consulted with your legal counsel? Hum Hui, yes, I have. The President, do you have any request for your legal counsel to be sitting in the chamber with you? Hum Hui, it's all right with me for the legal counsel to sit in the chamber or not, but it's better if he sits nearby where I sit. The President, would you wish your legal counsel to sit where he is sitting now, or you prefer him to sit outside the courtroom and you would call him when you need his advice? Or you wish to have his presence here in the chamber during the times that you will be questioned? And if you are not sure whether your response would lead to self-incrimination and that you need to seek his advice. It is your choice whether to have his presence during the entire time of your questioning. Hum Hui, I would like him to sit in the chamber with me until I finish my testimony. The President, Mr. Hum Hui, I would like to inform you that during the time of your testimony, you have the right to seek advice from your legal counsel if you are not sure whether your response or your statement may self-incriminate you. And for other questions which are not dealing or leading to self-incrimination, you do not need to seek his advice. You can't respond by yourself. Therefore, you should only seek his advice when you are not sure whether your response would lead to self-incrimination. Do you understand it? Hum Hui, yes, I do. Mr. Hum Hui, can you describe briefly about the locations and your professions during the time between 1970 until 17 April 1975? What did you do and where were you? Hum Hui, Jonas, in 1970, I was a child, and about 10 years old or 11 years old, I studied in a school. My apology, I think I make a mistake. From 1970, I already stopped studying. I helped my parents with rice farming until 1972 or late 72 or early 73. The chief of the village gathered those people aged 17 and 18 years old to be a soldier. So all those people within that age were gathered to become the district soldiers. We were provided the training at the Kotum district, but because I missed my parents so much, so I sought permission from the school committee, and I lied to them that my mother was sick, and I was asked whether I was a medic or not to go and treat my mother. I responded that I was not a medic, but my mother was sick, so I would like to visit her for a few hours, then I would return. But I was not authorized to do so. Later on, my cousin and I, when the training was not on, ran to visit my house. We stayed overnight and returned. And then the school disciplined both of us. If we were told, if a plane dropped a bomb at the school, then we too would be shot and killed. We were given 3 rifles, and we were asked which rifle we want to have. And if the plane from Poyentong would fly and drop bombs, we would be tied for the bomb to be dropped on. And we were disciplined to carry water to fill all the jars in the school without having any food. During the 3 days period, the plane did not drop the bomb. Later on, we were transferred to Prelavia, Prekaba, and at that division 12, we were recruited to be part of that division. Those who had big build were sent into the artillery units, and the small builds were used as infantry. I had been a soldier there since then, and I received military training, technical training, and then we went into a battle in National Road number 2. Later on, we were transferred to National Road 22 to engage in another battlefield. Subsequently, I was sick and I ran back home, and also because I missed my parents. If the situation was better at the village, then I would stay there. But the situation at the village was not any better, so I went back to the unit. Then I was sent to the battlefield to fight at the Mekong River battlefield. Later on at the Basa River battlefield. Later on, I also sought permission to go and visit my home. And later on, when the situation was intense, when we were already demoralized, the President, I noticed the presence of the council.
Your Honor, I do apologize for interrupting, but I can see from here that the witness is reading from a document. And I think it will be wise and to make sense for the judges to know why the witness has a document with him, and he apparently is reading from a document. So I would just ask if the judges could inquire about that document. Thank you.
The President, the witness, are you reading from your note as suggested by the civil party lawyer? Mr. Hum Hoi, you have to wait till the red light is on before you can speak. And your voice would be gone through to the interpreters who would subsequently interpret into English and French languages, and also that's for the record of the transcript. Mr. Hum Hoi, we want to hear only a summary account of your occupations and your whereabouts during that period. And now you talk about 73. Until the 17th April 1975, when the Khmer Rouge troops defeated the Lunar regime. So that was one part of the testimonies. When we talked about a brief account, we only want a summary of your whereabouts and your occupations during such time. Hum Hoi, I would like to continue. Later on, I wanted to run back home since I was already demoralized. I already stated that when I was sick, I ran home and I wanted actually to stay and not to come back. And when I returned back home, I was asked by the unit of 100 The President, Alan Werner, can you state clearly what you want and what is your request? You have to state clearly your purpose of your submission or remark.
I will, and I apologize if I was not clear. I do request the Chamber to inquire what is the document that the witness has. My understanding is that the witnesses have to testify without any documents with them. It can be absolutely proper. I'm not inferring anything. I'm just asking the judges to request to understand what is the document, because I can see from here the witness has a document with him. I just request to know what is his document. That's all. Thank you.
The President, Mr. Hum Hui, are you reading from a document? Hum Hui. What I said is my personal accounts. Court officer, go and see if there is any document. If there is, remove it. The President, Court officer, these are the documents which were given to him yesterday by the court. It's the records of his interviews before the co-investigating judges. The President, you stated that you joined the army in early 73 in the district soldiers. Which district? Hum Hoi. During that time, it was called District 18. It's in Koh Thom of Kondal Province. President, after you joined the District 18 soldiers, you said you were recruited into another level of the military. The big builds were sent to the artillery, and the small builds were sent to the infantry unit. And what was the infantry unit called at the time? Hum Hoi. The infantry unit was 112. It was a battalion 112. And where were you stationed at the time? Asked the President. Response. We stationed at Krang Yau, Andong Sro Maung, and Damrai Slap. The battalion 112, which division was it under? Asked the President. A response. It was under division, I think it was division 12, but I was not sure yet at the time. Question. When you joined the Battalion 112 of Division 12 until the 17th April 1975, were you transferred to another battalion or division? Response. I was transferred in 1974. Let me clarify that when I was at Battalion 112, it was part of the 100-person unit, and in the battlefield, I was demoralized. I ran home twice, and that's when Tamon did not accept me, and he said I could not be re-educated, so he transferred me to Taho of the Battalion 112. And Taho of the Battalion 112, who was later on became the deputy chairman of Dutch. Question. During the time that you were a soldier during the war of 1975 in the Battalion 112 with the commander named Ho, which unit of that battalion you belong to, and what was your assigned task? Response. When Tamon did not recognize me, then Taho took me under his command. So I came to work with him at his battalion, and he asked his messenger to send me to Prey Toch, and at Prey Toch they organized an attack unit supervised by Hui Srai, the Hui Srai who later on also worked at S21. Response. What do you mean by the attack force? Is there any other name? Response. At that time it was called in Khmer Kong Samrok, or the attack force. Or simply we can call it a special force. However, during that time, it was known as Kong Samrok, or the attack force. Question. How many people in that attack force unit? Response. There were 50 or 60 of us in that attack force unit, and in cooperation with the force from the East Zone, there were 50 or 60 of them as well.
The President, on the 17th of April 1975, what did you do and where did you live? Him Hui. On 17th of April 1975, I was fighting from Takmau toward Phnom Penh on the National Road number 2 to the glass factory. President, could you please describe briefly how you entered Phnom Penh in 1975, I mean April 1975, through the road passing the glass factory? and tell us more what had you been doing from that time until 1979.
បាទខ្ញុំសូមរៀបរាប់
Him Hoi.
ចូលឆ្នាំ75នេះគឺខ្ញុំវាយតាម
I fought along National Road from Takmau to break Kompuk and toward the glass factory, and we captured the military trucks of the Lonol soldiers with some ammunition, and we arrested one colonel and his son, and they took refuge from the bombardments, from the aerial bombardments, and then we reached Phnom Penh, and we stationed at Pet Chen or Yukunto High School, and at about 2 or 3 p.m. there was an announcement that all the chiefs of the militaries in Phnom Penh had to surrender, and Taho told me to tell the soldiers of Lonol at the corner of Sihanouk and Moniwong to surrender, and at about 7 p.m. my units, 3 groups altogether, were queuing, and then at 8 p.m. there was grenade explosion. I don't know whether it's the explosion of M72 or not, but the bomb exploded and a lot of people died or wounded, the wound sustained from the blast, and we escaped from the scene. The President, Mr. Him Hoi, do you know S21 Security Office? Him Hoi, yes, I do. The President, did you ever work or live in that security office S21? Him Hoi, yes, I did. I worked at S21. The President, when did you start working at S21, and who introduced you to that office? Him Hoi. After the fall of 1975, our unit was asked to work to build dikes at the electricity department somewhere near Chak Ong Rai. Later on, we were sent to work as rice farmers at Brek Chro, and we mainly worked with farming. The President, you have already mentioned in details, it is not what we are looking for. We want brief accounts. The Chamber would not want to listen to the details of your story now, because we are now asking the particular questions concerning the facts at issue. So we would like to know when you were sent to S21, when did you start working there, and who recruited you, or how could you get to work at the S21? This is the question. Him Hoi, was at Prek Chro was asked to transfer my unit. At about 8 p.m. I was taken to S21 and I asked him what's wrong that I was being taken to that location, and I was told by him that I would know when I got there. And then I was left at that prison for a few days, and later on I was made to guard the complex. And by late 1976, I think at the time I came in to Phnom Penh to work at S21. The president. So in 1976, Ho was the person who recruited or who assigned you to work at S21. Is that correct? Him Hoi. It was not the one-eyed Ho. It was another Ho, the short Ho. The president. When you started working at S21, do you recall the original name of your workplace? Was it Office 21 or was there other name used? Him Hoi. It was S21 from the very beginning. The president, do you know S21 very clear, and can you locate it if you are asked to locate the complex, and please answer. I think I can, said Hum Hoi. Now the office is named Tuol Slang. President, is it the Tuol Slang Museum? Him Hoi, yes, there is. The president, when you were sent to work at the S21 security office, what was the assignment assigned to you back then? Him Hoi, I was the combatant, and I was on guard at the complex to guard on the detainees, and later on I was assigned to receive prisoners at the location where there was a radio communication, now the Sambok Khmom radio station. The president, through your recollection, within the entire S21 unit, who was the chairman, overall chairman, and who was the deputy chairman? Him Hoi, for the defense unit, there were a few chiefs. The chief of the unit of 100. There were 10 of them. There were about 10 of them, correction. The president, I'm asking about the overall chairman, or we call it the committee of S21. Are you familiar with the name of such committee? Him Hoi, I have never heard of such a committee. I have heard that there was a chairman of the S21 and the deputy chairman and staff member. The president, when you started working at S21, my question is whether you know who would have been the chairman of the S21. I'm talking about the chief of S21, not the chief of the unit of 100. Do you recall who he was or she was? Him Hui, the chairman of S21, was Dutch, and Ho or Ta Ho was the deputy chairman and other subordinates. The president, you were talking about Hui. What would be his full name and where did he work at S21? Him Hui. At the beginning we called him Brother Big Hui. He was the member of S21 who worked at Prey Saw. The president, you said you were made to work as the guard at the location where there was a radio communication, now the Sombok Khmum radio station, located somewhere near the fire department. What was your unit called? Him Hui. Our unit was called the unit to receive detainees and to transfer or transport detainees who already been interrogated to Cheung Ak. President, have you ever heard the special unit? Him Hui. I think every one of us called it a special unit, but of course they belong to the defense unit. The president, was the defense unit divided into like inside defense or outside defense? Him Hui. People who were assigned to guard inside were different from those who were assigned to guard outside. The president, you said you were assigned to arrest, to receive and to transport and to smash detainees as what you have just mentioned. How many people were there in that section or unit? And in each section, what would be the sub-sections? And how many people were in those sub-sections if there were? Him Hui. When we were assigned to arrest people outside, then people from the defense would be borrowed to assist us in the arrest operation. President, so in total, how many people were in your group? Him Hui. The group to receive detainees, to transport them, there were 10 of us. The president, you said you received order to make arrests of people from different places under the direction of Ho, who were the deputy, and that the guards from other defense who was strong-willed would be borrowed to assist you. During such operation, while Ho was directing your team, where were the arrests made? Were they made in Phnom Penh, or were the arrests also extended to other zones or various parts of the country? And how often were it take were they?
បាទទៅចាប់នៅតាមខេត្ត
Him Hoi. We went to arrest people in Bat Tambong province, but of course we only went there to receive the people who had been arrested for us already. At Svai Rieng province, we also went there to make arrest of the Vietnamese soldiers who had been captured in the battlefields. At Kampong Saum, we also went to receive and transport the people who had been arrested already under the order and direction of Ta Ho. I went with Paul, the chief of the guards unit. President, you said about transportation, you said about arrest. Now I would like to keep the matter of arrest apart a little bit while we touch upon the transportation of detainees. So when you were assigned to transport people in those locations, for example, Battambong, Svai Rieng and Kampong Saum, how many people would be involved in going to transport the detainees, and how were they transported? And in each time, how many people would be loaded on the truck or whatever used during that time? Him Hoi, when we went to Battambong, there was 2 Land Rover vehicles. And when we went to Kampong Saum, we took only 1 Land Rover vehicle with about 4 to 5 people along with Paul. And when we went to Svai Rieng, there were just very few of us with a driver to transport the detainees. The President, 1 Land Rover vehicle was used to carry those detainees. So how many detainees would be loaded on such 1 vehicle? Can you estimate the number of people who could be loaded on such each Land Rover at a time? Vehicle was used to carry those detainees. So how many detainees would be loaded on such 1 vehicle? Can you estimate the number of people who could be loaded on such each Land Rover at a time? Him Hoi, 1 Land Rover could accommodate 6 to 7 detainees at a time. And then along with the guards, 4 to 5 guards, some would be standing on the front and some at the rear of the Land Rover. When we went to Battambong, we took 2 vehicles because it was a long distance. The President, how people were arrested or transported from Battambong, from Svai Rieng, or from other special sectors like Kampong Saum to S21? How was it managed? How were the detainees treated? Were they shackled? Were they blindfolded? Oh, how? Could you please tell the court how they were treated during the time when they were being transported from those locations to S21? Him Hoi, when we reached the locations where the detainees would have been arrested already, then the blindfold would be put on the detainees and then they would be shackled. And when we approached them, Then there were handcuffs, automatic handcuffs would be put, and then the hands of the detainee would be put to behind their backs, and then we walked them across the road and upload them on the trucks, and we put them to lie down on the sit down on the truck, the vehicle before we transported them. The President, were there any wooden shackles or metal bars used as shackles to be put on the detainees during the course of transportation? I mean, apart from the detainees being blindfolded and handcuffs, were there wooden shackles or metal bars? Him Hoi. After detainees were already shackled, they would not be put further shackles actually, and the guards were very vigilant. They had to be alert at all times until the detainees were sent to S21. President, from Battambang to Phnom Penh, I think it is about 300 kilometers, and during the time of the war, the roads were, I believe, not in good condition, as it would have been bombarded by aerial bombardments and by floods or natural causes, so it would take longer to reach Battambang and to return to S21. So what or how the detainees relieve themselves if you actually, or if they were actually handcuffed or their hands were tied and cuffed behind their backs? Him Hoi. While we were traveling on the long-distance road, detainees were not allowed to relieve themselves because we were afraid that they would abscond. So whatever they could relieve themselves while being tied up, then they could take the advantage of the time when they were being tied up, and that the guards would not allow them to get away to relieve themselves. The President, I think you proceeded further beyond what we were about to ask, but then when you talked about the transportation of the Vietnamese prisoner of war in Svay Rieng, do you remember when this operation took place? I mean, when the Vietnamese soldiers were arrested and transported to S21, and who ordered such transportation, and how often did you go there to transport the Vietnamese soldiers, and how many soldiers were transported each time? Him Hoi. There were 2 times we transported those Vietnamese soldiers. There were 15 Vietnamese soldiers each time. The President, who ordered you to transport them? Him Hoi. Ta Duch, through his messenger, told me to transport the prisoners, the Vietnamese prisoners in Svay Rieng. President, when you traveled to transport prisoners in Battambang, in Svay Rieng, in Kampong Saum, were you given any letter, travel permit, or let's say passe, for example, and who actually issued such letter and who signed on it to allow you to go out and transport those detainees? Him Hoi. The letter was given to me from Ta Ho with the signature of Son Sen on it. The President. Now we would go back a little bit to the early statement that you said Ho ordered the operation, the arrest operation from other locations to be transported to S21 office in Phnom Penh. So in the arrest operation, my question is, well, just now we said, we talked about transportation. I mean, the people who had already been arrested, and you were assigned to only collect them or transport them from those locations to S21. Now, we would like to ask you about the order to go out and make arrests. So, were people arrested in the location of Phnom Penh, or were you also ordered to make arrests of people in other zones as well? Him Hoi. The arrests were made at Sa Thmai, or Central Market now, and ordered by Ta Ho, and we would regroup ourselves to conduct such arrests, and the arrest would be made at night at that location. The President, did you receive the order orally or through any written order? Him Hoi Deutsch would order me through Ta Ho to make such arrests. President, so in your operation you went with Ho, who was the deputy, who was your immediate supervisor. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct, Your Honor. The President, when arrest was made at Sa Thmai, how many people were arrested? Him Hoi, I don't remember. I only recollect that the operation conducted at night. The President, did you also go out to arrest more people other than people at Sa Thmai? Him Hoi. There was other arrests when people returned from France. Then the city messenger gave us the message that we had to receive, a lot of more people, like at 4 or 5 people at a time, and in several occasions.
Question. So the receiving of order and the conduct of the operations outside, as you claimed, led by Ho, who was the deputy chairman of S21. Did you conduct operations outside Phnom Penh? I mean, at various sectors and zones? Response. Mostly the arrests were made in Phnom Penh. Questioned. When you went to make an arrest in Phnom Penh without having proper documentation or photographs, Did you ever make any wrong arrest, or how did you identify the targets before making the arrest? Response. We were instructed already before we make the arrest. When we arrived at a location, there was a cadre or two cadres who already organized a group of those people to be arrested. So we were shown those people that we need to make the arrest. Question, any indication or signs instructed to you to make the arrest? Response. For example, the two cadres who were sitting together, we would not arrest them. We would only arrest those people who sat a bit further from each other. They were the targets of the arrest. Question. So it means the operation led by Ho in conducting the arrest, you did not go to make arrest outside Phnom Penh area. Is this correct? Yes. When we went to the countryside, we did not make the arrest. We only went to receive those people who were already arrested. Sometimes Peng also went with me. Sometimes I went with Ho. Question. You just said that you stationed at a house which the radio communication, which is now known as the Beehive radio station. And it is currently on Street 360 near the vicinity to the east of the fire station. The duty of the guards at that location, what were the main duties? Response. The duties of the guards at that location, for example, in my unit, we waited to receive the prisoners which were to be sent and not to allow that car to enter the compound. We would be responsible if the car would enter the compound because this is a secret location. Another duty besides this is to wait to receive the prisoners who would be sent to our location or when we had to go to make the arrest. And besides that, we also raise poultry. Question. You just stated that the duties of your group was to station at that location, and if people were sent to you, first those people were arrested, tied and cuffed. And another duty was to receive those people who were sent from various units. Meaning those people had already been arrested and sent to you just for the transfer from their units. And then your team would send them inside a compound. Is this a fair description? Respond. That is correct. Question. Can you talk further about the city messengers who frequently arrested those people who arrived from abroad? How those people were sent? Were they cuffed or they were not cuffed? And how was your operation of arrest of those people and brought them into the S21 office? Response: before the arrest, we were informed earlier that those people who arrived from abroad would need to be arrested, and then they left. And then they would transport those people to the house where we stationed, and we prepared our force to arrest those people. And information was given to us by Ho and Dutch. And the person who came to inform us was Paul, that when the time to be sent, that those people to be sent to the location. Response: so there were two sources of information that you received. One was the instruction from Dutch and his deputy, Ho, to prepare your force in order to receive those people. And another source was to receive the information from the city messenger, namely Pong, who came directly to inform you that there will be people who would be sent to your location with the exact numbers. Is this a fair description? Response: yes. Question: and the messenger, when the city messenger sent those people, were they already tied or cuffed, or they were not? And they used a different method to trick them to be sent to your location, and only upon arriving at your location that they would be arrested. Response: when they were sent to my location, they were not yet arrested. They were lied to go to another work location, so they came along, and at my location, because we already made arrangement, they were asked to enter the room, to sit at a table, and then we would make the arrest. Questioned: the city messenger sent those people to your location as you stated, and Pong was the coordinator between the city messenger office and S21. How many cases of such account happened when people were sent by the city messengers, especially those people who arrived from abroad? How many of them? Response: there were a lot of them. They were students from France, for instance. I cannot recall the exact number, that there were a large number of them. Question: so every time they were sent, they were transported in a vehicle to the location where you stationed. Is this correct? Response: that is correct. Questioned: what about in other cases, when you received people who had been arrested from various units, including the military units or various departments or ministries in the city, or when they were sent from various sectors or zones? How were those people transported to you? Was the same means used as those used by the city messengers, or were those people already handcuffed and blindfolded when they arrived at your location? Response: it's different. Through the ministries and the military units, they work differently when those people were sent to S21. Question: can you elaborate further on the differences between the various units? Response: for example, for the military unit, the Division 310, when they sent those people whom they arrested, they would transport those people by themselves to the location. Also, from when people were arrested from various other units, they were cuffed already when they were sent to my location. Questions: besides the city messengers group, Was there any trick or means used to trick those people who would later be arrested to tell lies to them without having to handcuff or blindfold them, and then later on they would be arrested at your location? Was such means used by any other groups besides the city messenger group? Response: yes, there was. People were tricked to be sent to my location and then they will be arrested. Question: so in summary, your group who were assigned to station at the location in order to receive the people, and there were two types of those people. One group of those people, they were tricked and they were told that they were transferred to another workplace, and when they arrived at your location, then the operation of arrest commenced. And another group, their respective units already arrested them and transported them to your location in order to send them inside the compound. Is this a fair description? Response: yes. Question: in the operation of receiving those people, how did your unit operate? You only operated during the daytime, or also you operated during the night? And if you worked during the night, at what time you finished? There was no fixed time for such operation in receiving those people? Response: there was no fixed time to work or to rest. We worked continually and irregularly. Response: question: so it means you worked day and night as long as the operation was required. Is this correct? Response: yes. The operation of making the arrest or the receiving the people or the sending them into the compound, we only did it when we receive instructions from the upper echelons. Besides, we would just arrest poultry. Question: so your team did not just stand or sit there permanently, but your operation was dependent on the instructions from the upper echelon. For example, if you had to receive people, then you would stay there to receive those people regardless of the time of the day, and you had to accomplish the instructions, the order. Is this correct? Response: yes, it is correct. Question: what about the place where you stayed, or where your group stayed? Where did your group stay at the time? You also stay at that same location? You mean where you slept during your daily living? Response: the location where we receive and those people was also the location where we stay and lived permanently. Question: now you are talking about the process of making the arrest or of receiving the arrest, or the receiving of those people who had been arrested already, and that your group was stationed there in order to receive them and to send those people inside the buildings, the detention buildings within the compound of S21. How was the daily operation like? Response: when people who were arrested or who had been arrested and transported to us, they would be sent inside the detention buildings within the compound. So they were sent to Brother Suthi, and Brother Suthi would register their names. Then they would be sent to the photography section where they will be photographed and with the serial number displayed on the photographs. And later on, Thi would deliver them to Peng, and Peng would assign them to various rooms or individual cells. Question. So, your unit operation was to transfer those people from that location, which was your base station, in order to receive them, and then you send them to a location where those people would be questioned on their own biographies, and later on they would be photographed, and then you would take your group back. Or was your group still waiting to send those people inside the various rooms or individual cells? Or was this the task of another unit or group? Response. When my group sent those people into the Suthi's office, where they would be questioned on their biography and photographed, and after that, the Peng's force would send them into the individual cells. Question. So, the change of the group was at a location where Suthi, who registered their names, and where the prisoners were photographed. So the exchange of force was at that location, and then the internal unit would take those prisoners into the room, and you would take your force back. Is this correct? Response. Yes, that is correct. Question. Regarding the process of sending those people from the location, it means your group's location, which is now the Beehive radio station, until they were sent to the office inside, where they would be handed over to another group. How the process was done? Were they transported in a vehicle, or were they walked? And if so, how was it conducted? And for example, in the case of a few prisoners and in the case of a large group of prisoners, how did your group organize this? Response. Those people who were arrested, and if they were sent in large number, and after they were already arrested, then a rope would be used to hook through their arms, and they would be walked into the prison. And actually they were blindfolded, so they could not see anything. And sometimes, when the prisoners were sent en masse, they would be sent into the prisons. They would be called to go up into the house, and they would be locked from the outside. They would be ordered to strip off their clothes, and they could not protest against the guards. Question. Those people who arrived at your location, and then your force was responsible for them in sending them or in handing over them to the group inside in order to detain them. What was the maximum number of group of people that you ever received? Response. The largest number at the time was 50 to 60. But when they were delivered inside the prison, they would be allowed or ordered to walk one by one. Question. We want to know when they were at your station, at your base, and when they were walked by your groups to the Surtees group. So what was the maximum number of them at the time? Response. When people were transferred to them, the large number would be 50 to 60. And then we would use a rope to hook their arms. And because they were in large number and there were only a few people in my group, then we would walk them with that rope to Surtees group. Question. So you use the rope to walk them into that building. How many of people in your group to walk those large group of people? Response. For large group, when we use the rope, there would be 6 or 7 of us to hold those ropes to make them tight and not loose. And then we would order them to turn left or right. Question. So you mean there would be one of your men who led them in front by holding the rope in order to lead them? Is this correct? Response. One would lead them, otherwise the prisoner would not know where to walk. And then there would be people on the side in order to make sure the rope was tight and not loose. And then they would order the prisoners to turn left or right. Question. In studying the case file, there was a point that a large number of people who were the military cadres of the East Zone whom were transferred to S21 office, and they were in large number. There were 300 of them. Did your base or your location ever receive 300 people in one group in a day? If it existed, how did your group manage to send them or to walk them from your location to the group who waits to receive them inside the compound? Response. When they were sent in large group, they would be stopped at my location, and then we would ask the drivers to get off, and then my men would drive those vehicles into the compound. Question. So, you said that all the operations were instructed by Dutch, the chairman of S21, and he ordered Ho, and subsequently Ho would order your group in order to implement the instructions. And in some cases, Ho also participated in the operations. He directly led the operation in the name as a deputy. And did you know how were the orders delivered from Dutch to Ho? Was it verbal or written? Response. I did not know about that. Because these two people had their own telephone, I did not know whether they communicated via the telephone or by a written note sent through their messengers. Question. And your team, you received direct orders from the deputy, or did you receive orders for the operations directly from the accused Dutch? A response. We received most of the orders from Ho, because Ho was my direct superior, and Dutch was the superior of Ho. He would order Ho, and Ho would order us. Question. Did you ever receive direct order from the accused Dutch? Response. I also received orders from him. Question. In what circumstances? Can you elaborate further on the situation when you received direct orders from Dutch? Response. Sometimes he ordered me to, in a case, to go to Svay Rieng to transport those Vietnamese soldiers who were arrested. It was his direct order. Question. During the time that you worked at S21 office in Phnom Penh, did you receive any information or learned of the situation when Dutch himself, as the chairman of S21, conduct his personal arrest? It means he himself personally made the arrest. Were you aware of such existence? Response. Yes. But he himself, he did not personally make arrest. He ordered other people like my group to make the arrest, or to order Payne and Paul's groups to make the arrest as well. Question. In what cases that he personally ordered the arrest? We are here talking about the order for the arrest, and we do not talk about any other facts. We only talk about the facts in relation to the making the arrest. So you said he did not personally make the arrest, but he would order other groups or your group to make the arrest. Can you elaborate further on this? Response. He would call us to be instructed at his house. Question. Pong, whom you said the city messenger, who would bring those people from abroad and handed those people to you in order for you to deliver them into the prison. Are you talking about that Pong? Response. That was Pong, whom we received instruction to arrest him. Question. You talk about the operation of arresting Pong. How was it done? A response. For the arrest of Pong, we were instructed to arrest one important person, that was Pong, and we were instructed on the exact time that he would arrive, so we concealed ourselves. And when he came to his house on a motorbike, he came and sit with him, and then we made the arrest. Question. So it means you already made the arrangement of the target to be arrested, that was Pong, and the arrest was made when Pong arrived at his house. So you were instructed that after he arrived, after he sat with him, then you would proceed with the arrest. Or were there any code or symbols to be used in order to signal the appropriate time for the arrest, or only you discussed and you were instructed beforehand before his arrival?
Him Hoi. Actually, we already discussed this with some kind of signals agreed. After a brief sitting, then the person was arrested. President, what about the arrest of Hui Srai, or you called him Big Hui? Do you know anything about the arrest of Hui Srai, who was the member of the S21 committee, the man who worked at Prasar? Him Hui. I was at Chiang Aik while Hui Srai was being arrested. I was called by Ta Ho, and there were the groups of Peng in Phnom Penh and Bu and Toi who actually went together to arrest him. Before we reached him, then he was already arrested at near Lon Non's house. The president, where was Lon Non's house located? Hum Hui, it was located at Slaku. The president. So Nun Hui or Hui Srai, the member of S21 committee, was arrested at the former Lon Non's house at Slaku, or called Baku. The question is, was the accused Dutch present at that time? Him Hui. I don't think I paid any attention to his presence because I was so worried by myself already that Hum Hui was arrested. So I think time would come that I would be arrested too. Because when I was there, that Hui implicated me that I would stage a rebellion, and later on they found out that I had a gun, that I would be staging such a rebellion. So Tap Pang from Division 703, who was detained and interrogated, he implicated Ho. So I was so scared that when Hui Srai was arrested, one day I would too be arrested because of the implications Hui Srai would make about me. Mr. President, since the witness is moved by the latest account, and since it is time to take an adjournment, the chamber would like to take 18 minutes adjournment. We will resume at 10 to 11 to continue hearing the testimony of this witness. The court official is now directed to make sure that the witness is taken to his waiting room and return him before during that time. I mean 10 to 11. These were allowed to have a wash, but normally they could have been washed by a spray of water from a water hose, and they would not be released to have a wash because the guards would be afraid that they would abscond. The President, what about the food ration? What is your observation regarding these food rations, whether they were given adequate ration of food? Him Hui. Detainee was offered 2 meals a day. They were given gruel. And I don't remember whether they were also given good soup, but normally the soup would be this banana tree soup, I guess. The President, so tell us about the size of the meal. I mean, how many dishes each detainee would be offered? Hum Hui. Each meal, any detainee would be offered only 2 ladders, full of ladders on a half. Sorry, correction, 1.5 ladder. That's the most. The President, when you help as ordered by the upper echelon to guard the complex, and you said you saw foreigners with blonde hair and hairy body, for example, were those detainees detained with the normal Cambodian detainees, or were they separated? Him Hui. Foreigners detained in the building, the south building. The President, is it building A? I mean, from the east gate, then you would see the building on the left-hand side, or another building across that, or past that building to the west? Him Hui. It is that building, the building to the south. The President, so is it correct to say that it's building A as it is now? Him Hui. That's correct, Your Honor. President, in which building were the female detainees detained, or had you ever seen female detainees put or placed in any particular location or building? Him Hui. Female detainees were placed in the 3rd building on top floor, and they would be put all together in a common room because they believed that women were weak and they could not counter-attack the guards. The President, were they put in just one common room or in separate common rooms? Him Hui. I seem to forget.
យ៉ាងវិញក៏បានដាក់3បន្ទប់អីដែរ
I think at least those female detainees were put in 3 different common rooms. The president, were they shackled or were they just left behind in the rooms and then locked?
បាទខ្ញុំសូមជម្រាបថា
Him Hoi.
នារីអស់នោះគឺដាក់ក្នុងបន្ទប់ធំ
Those women were
ឲ្យមិនដាក់ណែ
detained in the common room together without being shackled or handcuffed. President, have you seen that their children would have been detained along with them in those rooms? Because you said that you guarded that location, so you might have seen the children. Him Hui. I saw the children with their mothers. President, you said the third building. Which building was it? Now let's put it this way. If we enter the premises from the east, so which direction is this building located to? Him Hoi, the third building was next to the north building, which is the women will then put on the top floors. The president, actually there are 4 buildings. You could see 2 buildings, one on the left, one on the right hand side, and the other 2 just facing us when we enter S21 premises from the front gate. So tell us in which particular building the women were detained. Him Hoi, the third building here refer to building C.
តាមការដែលលោកកត់សម្គាល់ទី1សួរថាលោកដែលជួបនៅស្ថានភាព
The president,
នៃករណីណាមួយដែល
during the time when you had worked in that location, did you observe that the women would have been separated and placed in an individual cell, and that they would not have been detained along with other women in the common room? Is there a case? Him Hoi, I don't think I pay attention to where the women detained in those individual cells, but I noticed that I saw them in a common room because while being on guard, I was ordered to only inspect the guards, not the detainees. The president, based on your recollection, were female detainees taken to put into the north building, the building to the north of the premises, the building D, for example? Him Hoi. I think it is possible that those women would have been detained there too. The president, during the time you were on guard, as ordered by your superior, did you also pay a visit to a building in which the Vietnamese prisoner of war could have been detained. And what was the condition of those prisoners? Him Hoi, Vietnamese prisoner of war, were detained on the second floor in the south building, which is in the building where there were individual cells. President, were the Vietnamese soldiers who were sent to S21 were stripped to their underwear, or were they allowed to wear normal clothes? So what is your impression concerning this recollection? Him Hoi, everyone who would be sent to their location would be stripped off their clothes to their shorts only. President, have you noticed that those people were weak and malnourished, for example? That I mean the prisoner of war, the Vietnamese here. Him Hoi. The Vietnamese prisoner of wars and as well as other Cambodian detainees, they were very thin. The President, the food ration to be offered to the Vietnamese prisoner of wars and compared with the ration given to the normal Cambodian detainees, was it the same or different? Him Hoi, I don't know anything about the food ration offered to the Vietnamese prisoner of war. The President, had you noticed any wounds sustained by a stick or any sharp edge on the bodies of any Vietnamese prisoner of war? Him Hoi, when I saw them, there were no wounds on their body. They were just normal. The President, what about the high-ranking officials of the Khmer Rouge regime or people in the DK rank? Where were they detained? Were they put together with the other detainees or were they separated? Him Hoi. They would have been put on that south building, but I did not even see where they were actually detained. The President, so are you referring to the building which is located on the left-hand side from the entrance, or would there be another building facing us from the entrance? Him Hoi, I think it is the building which is to the south, lying from the east to the west. The President, you said you often were on guard at the building. So have you noticed that children would be placed separately? Him Hoi. When I saw the children, they were with their mothers, and I did not notice their children would be detained separately. The President. You said at the beginning that anyone who was arrested and sent to S21 would never be released. So, can you tell us what happened to the people who were arrested and sent to be detained at S21? Tell us about their fate if they would not be released, as what you said. Him Hoi. All prisoners or detainees who were detained at S21 never be released. They only waited until the day they would be interrogated and executed. The President, you said they would be waiting to die or executed. Could you please elaborate further on this? Him Hoi. The prisoners would be interrogated and tortures would have been inflicted on, and then they sustained from the wounds, then they could die of the wounds in the prison cell. Some people would be taken away to be executed after such interrogations. The President, in the case when detainees were interrogated and then taken to be executed, do you know where they would be taken to? And if you know that, what would be the operation? When exactly the operation took place? At night? During the daytime? Him Hoi. People who were interrogated at night about 8 to 9 p.m. they would be walked out to be executed to the south of Tuol Sleng complex. The President, were they taken to be executed elsewhere, for example to the west of the complex, or to the north, or within the premises of Tuol Sleng compound? Him Hoi. People who would be buried inside the compound of S21 were those who died in that prison. Otherwise, they would be buried outside. I mean, people who did not die by themselves in the prison. The President, when detainees were taken to be executed, was only one detainee at a time who would be taken out to be executed, or execution could be carried en masse? Could you please tell the court if you can recall this? Him Hui. When detainees were being taken out, one detainee would be taken out at a time.
តាមឯកសារ
The President, according to the records,
គោះអធិធានក្រោយ
some detainees,
មានរំ
no, after the 1979, a lot of mass graves were exhumed,
សារមន្ទីរទួលស្លែងបច្ចុប្បន្ន
and
ហើយចំនួននោះគឺមានចាប់ពី
in those graves there were sometimes 10 people, and in some pits there were even 32 people. So through your recollection, if in one pit there 32 people were buried, and that you said detainee would be taken one at a time, so this process took quite a while before it was completed. And how was the pits managed, and how the execution carried out, and how misleading pretexts, for example, used by the guards to the detainees, or would the guards be instructed to do so, to tell the prisoners the pretext, misleading pretext, for example, before they were taken away to be executed? Him Hui. The execution at the rear of S21 took place from 1977 from the previous cadres. In Paying group were the executioner. At the time, there were executioners. One would be walking with one prisoner at a time, and the execution took place at night. The President. So while detainees were being taken out to be executed, were you aware of any kind of misleading pretext so that to calm down detainees? Can you tell us something about this? And when detainees were being sent out from the prison, how was this process administered? Him Hoi. So far as I remember, any guards who were not on guard duty would be borrowed to assist the execution. For example, when people were transported to Chiang Ai, we only were asked to tell the detainees that they would be moved to a new home. The President, when detainees were being taken away to be executed, were they shackled, handcuffed, or blindfolded, like the time when they were being sent in, or were they not blindfolded because it was at night? Him Hoi. Detainees who were taken to be executed were treated the same as when they once were being sent in, because we did that to avoid letting the detainees know where they would be taken to, or they would even react, and that's why their hands would be tied behind their back.
Questioned, when the handcuffs were used and after they were killed and dropped into the pits, were the handcuffs removed for its reused? Response. When they were killed, first they were asked to sit at the edge of the pit, then they were struck, then their throats would be slashed, then they would take off their clothes, and then the handcuffs. Question. Did you know about the group which took the prisoners and killed them, and all the group which dug the pit in order for the prisoners to be killed in there and buried later on? Was there a distinction or separate groups between the groups who only dug the pits and those groups, and the other group which has the task to kill the prisoners? Or who was assigned the duty to kill the prisoners also had a duty to dig the pits by themselves and bury the dead bodies? Response. Initially, the guards unit and other units would dig the pits, but since Poach and Payne were the supervisors there and some other cadres were also there, so I was not sure which group was assigned to do what because I was waiting outside. Question. When you were there, where did you have your meal? Where was the dining hall? Response. Initially, I had my meal where the sign is now displayed for the genocidal sign display. So when it's meal time, we ate there at that location. Question. When people were killed en masse like that, did you smell the bad odor from the dead bodies while you were having your meal? Response. At that time, the killing place was a bit distant from where we had meal. And while we patrolled and guarded the location, I did not go near to where the pits were. So I just walked and then returned back to the east near the road adjacent to the sewerage. Then I turned to the road crossing to the south. The President, thank you, Mr. Hum Hui. Now it is time for the adjournment for lunch break. And the chamber would like to remind you that your testimony is not yet finished. There are numerous issues that needs to be put before you. However, because now it's break time, so we will adjourn for lunch, and we will resume in the afternoon starting from 1:30. Court officer, can you make necessary arrangement for the witness, Hum Hui? And the security guard should take the prisoner, the accused, back to the waiting room and bring him back before 1:30 p.m. The chamber is now adjourned.
សូមអញ្ជើញអង្គុយចុះ
The President, please be seated. The court is now in session. We are continuing to hear testimony of Hum Hoi.
អញ្ជើញតំណាងសហប្រញ្ញា
The President, we note that the prosecutor is on his feet.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. Just a brief point. This morning, the witness seemed to be quite moved in a couple of places in relation to the evidence that he was giving, and I was wondering whether or not it might be appropriate to advise him of the possibility of a witness assistance whilst giving evidence, if that would help him get through this.
ផ្សេងនៅពេលដែលគាត់ដល់សក្ខីកម្មប្រសិនបើគាត់មានអារម្មណ៍រំជើបរំជួលនោះ
The President, thank you, the co-prosecutor, for your remark. Mr. Hum Hoi, during the course of your testimony before the chamber, do you think you need an assistant other than the legal counsel provided to you, who is here with you on your right hand side? Because the co-prosecutor raised the matter of the situation when you were moved, when you were giving testimony, and he advised that if whether you would like to have another assistance other than the legal counsel. So the chamber would like to know your position. Do you think you would wish to have an assistant other than the lawyer? Him Hoi, if there is an assistant ready to assist me, I would be grateful. The President, to assist you here means the person can be directed to sit next to you only, but that person will not be in any position to give you any ideas or consult with you regarding any particular points in your testimony. If you feel you do not want to incriminate yourself in any particular response to the chamber or to the party, then you can consult with your legal counsel, who is on your right hand side. And you, of course, before consult with him, you can ask to the chamber for the permission to talk to him. And regarding another assistance with good intention by the co-prosecutor is just a different or just another case which is not related to your testimony or self-incrimination matter. So it depends on how you give your testimony, and that if you feel you don't want to give any testimony because you are afraid that you would be incriminating yourself, then you can discuss with the lawyer. However, this assistant only will be here to assist you emotionally, to assist you with the time when you are moved, for example. Do you understand what we want you to understand here? Him Hoi, yes, I do, Mr. President. The President, do you think you can proceed to respond to our questions as what you did this morning? Him Hoi, yes, I do. The President. So now please be ready to listen to the questions and respond to them. You already indicated in relation to the situations and when the security guards of S-21 took the detainees to be executed. The next question, we would like to know about the children whose parents were detained, and you said that you saw that those children were detained with their parents. So if everyone had to be executed, without any exception, what happened to the children of those detainees? Him Hoi. Regarding the children of the mothers who were detained and executed, I don't think I have any idea about them. I think Peng, with his groups, conducted or carried out the operation at Tul Slang. The President, where were those children killed and buried? In the compound of the S-21, to which direction, if you can recall? Him Hoi. They were perhaps detained at the rear of the S-21 compound. The President, can you estimate or give us some estimation of the number of children who were detained with their parents from 1975 to 1979? How many children were arrested approximately and executed in S21. Just give us a approximate figures. Him Hoi. I don't remember how many of them were executed, but I guess at least 50 to 100 children were executed there. The President, do you know the age of the children? How young or how old were they? Him Hoi. The children age ranged from 1 year to 8 years. The President, what about the fate of the foreigners whom you seen? You said you saw the well-built figures with blonde hair. So what happened to them? Him Hoi. I saw that they were interrogated and 4 of them were executed to the south, the southwest of the location as that the location they were transported there. The President, you said that there were foreigners who were executed. Do you know how were they killed? Him Hoi. I don't know, but I saw they were burned with car tires on the national road. The President, were they burned alive or were they dead before they were buried? Correction, were burned. It can be different when the foreigners were burned alive and that only when their body were burned. So could you please recollect the event? Him Hoi. So far as I know, they were executed already before they burned. The President, thank you. Mr. Him Hoi, please be reminded that as a witness, you are to tell the court about what you witnessed, what you heard, and you are not supposed to make any assumption or conclusion based on your opinion. So only tell the court the truth, what you saw, what you heard, and what you knew. You have been told earlier about this already. Are you still reminded of this? Him Hoi. I'm still well reminded, Mr. President. I think when normally the practice at the S21, when someone was burned, that person must have been dead already. This is very exceptional because normally Cambodian detainees would be executed and buried, not burned. The President, This morning you said that there were about 60 Vietnamese prisoners of war and that you were ordered from the accused to transport them from outside S21 to S21 and that some of them also were transported to S21 without having your team involved to transport them. So, can you tell the court what happened to those Vietnamese? Him Hoi. The Vietnamese prisoners of war who were detained and interrogated were executed to the southwest of S21 or Cốc Tua Slang. The President, were they all killed during the same night simultaneously, or were they killed at different times? Him Hoi. The prisoners were killed gradually, not at just one single time. Those who were interrogated first would be killed first. Next to the sewer canal, and people from security prison like in Appraisal also would be called to study there at his house. The President, do you remember the content of the session? What documents were handed out to all of you during the sessions? Him Hoi. We were taught based on the documents about the proletarian class, and that we were trained to respect the organizational discipline, and that we had to be absolute toward the enemies, and those who can follow the circle, the wheel of history would be spared. Those who could not follow so would be dead, and that we were trained to be absolute to elicit enemies' confessions. The President, did you also learn torture techniques from him, or were you trained how to act violently against the people who were arrested? Him Hoi. The trainings in which I attended was not about torture techniques. I was not trained to mistreat prisoners. The President, we heard twice already. First, in the morning, that people were killed and buried in the mass grave, and that detainee would be smashed or clapped and then their throat would be slit, and the handcuffs and blindfold would be removed later on before the detainees would be plunged into the pits. And such executions were carried out both at S21 and Bang Chương Aek. So, who actually taught you these techniques to beat the prisoners by way of using the club or by slitting their throats? Did you learn this spontaneously, or were you trained to do so? Him Hoi. I think the torturing or the execution techniques were trained by Ta Ho. Ta Ho told us that to kill any one of the detainee, we first had to clap them at the back of the neck and then have their throats slit and then their clothes and cuffs removed before they would be kicked into the pits. The President, had you observed that the accused ever acted violently against or toward any detainee? Had you ever witnessed such behavior from Doj? Him Hoi. When detainees were arrested and sent into the prison, I never saw him beating them. The President, do you know if Doj ever interrogated detainees? If you know, how many had he interrogated? Him Hoi. I don't know whether he had ever interrogated any detainees because it is beyond my responsibility. The President, you said upon the assignment from the superior, you were asked to guard inside the complex of S21. During the course of your duty, had you ever seen the presence of Doj in the complex? And if you did, or if you had seen so, how often did you see him? Him Hoi. I saw him pay a visit to the grandfathers at the workshop where they were painting and working with their art skill, and I saw him going into that workshop. The President, so you only saw him going to that place, the old prisoners who were put to paint portraits and other artworks. Is that correct? Him Hoi, yes, that's correct. The President, do you know what was the purpose behind his paying a visit to that place? Him Hoi. He went there to inspect the portraits. He asked the grandfathers to draw the portraits of Pol Pot. The President, had you ever seen the accused at Chương Aek? And if you had, how often did you see him? Him Hoi. I saw him twice at Chiang Ek. The president, why did he go there, and how long each time when he visited the location? He stayed there until all detainees were executed, then he would leave. The president, since it is now time to take adjournment, the chamber will take 19 minutes adjournment. We resume at 3 o'clock. Court official is instructed to coordinate with the witness to have arrest before he is returned to the courtroom by 3 p.m.
Dear President, please be seated. The chamber is now back in session. We continue to hear the testimony of the witness Hum Hui. However, before we continue hearing his testimony, the chamber would like to announce a decision on request for protective measures for witness KW10 as follows. On the 3rd of April 2009, the chamber deferred its ruling on the pending request for protective measures. For the witness E40, which at that time it defers its ruling on the pending request for protective measures for proposed witness KW10. The chamber would like to inform the parties of its decision on this request. The chamber has reviewed the request in light of a strictly confidential risk assessment, which was prepared by the Witness and Expert Support Section with respect to witness KW10. In this risk assessment, the Witness and Expert Support Section noted that the role of this witness as an interrogator at S21 is publicly known through a variety of media-related events. He is therefore well known in the public. He could readily be identified even if protective measures such as testifying in closed session were adopted. Accordingly, the Witness and Expert Support Section did not recommend protective measures for this witness. The chamber observes that KW10 has made his image widely known. He is so well known that protective measures would be ineffective. In addition, his family and relatives, as well as a large part of his neighbors, know of his background. The Chamber accordingly agrees with the Visu's recommendation and decides not to grant protective measures to this witness. The Chamber accordingly rejects the request for protective measures for witness KW10. A decision on the remaining pending request for protective measures for witnesses and civil parties will be issued in due course. We will now continue to hear the testimony of this witness. Before the break, you answered several of my questions regarding the presence of the accused at the killing field at Chiang Ai on 2 separate occasions, and you also stated that he was present there until the operation of killing the prisoners was complete. The question is, during the 2 occasions that he was present, what years was it? It was in 1977. Question: how far was it from his first visit and his second visit? Response: it was a bit further, it was not too close. Question: how many months apart? Response: I cannot recall exactly. I think it's a fortnight. President, can you try to think a little bit further whether his presence at Chiang Ai was before or after an event where a prisoner escaped, and that the prisoner escaped still with his hands tied, and later on he was arrested by the Division 703. Did he visit that location before or after this event? Response: for the first visit, he went there before that incident where a prisoner escaped. Question: what about his second visit? Response: it was after the incident where a prisoner escaped. President, can you try to recall during his visits, where did he stay? Did he stay at the house where the prisoners were placed temporarily, or whether he stayed somewhere near the residence of the staff, or whether he was near the pits where the prisoners were killed? Response: when he went there, first he stayed near his car, which was to the north of the current stupa, and Ho was at the house where the prisoners were temporarily detained. Question: are you talking about the memorial which is currently in this regime, or was it there during that period? Response: To the north of that memorial stupa, he was there, and this memorial was only built in this regime. Question: did he enter the house where the prisoners were temporarily detained? Or was he a quiet distance from that house? Response: I did not observe his clear movement at the time. There were several people at the time, and Ho assigned me to work quickly on the prisoners in order to check and verify before they were let out to be killed. Question: did you see the presence of the accused nearby the vicinity where the prisoners were killed? Response: there were many prisoners at the times. From the evening until the early morning, I did not notice clearly whether he was sitting near the pit. There were many people. Ho ordered me to be quickly because it was almost dawn, otherwise we might risk being known. Question: you yourself, you left S21 in Phnom Penh, and when did you leave? Response: I left Phnom Penh in late 1978 or mid-1978. After I went to do the rice farming south of Chiang Ai, I plowed the rice fields there, and I looked after the cattle, and they organized a place where they store the water pump for the rice farming. Question: how far was the location where you did the rice farming from the killing field at Chiang Ai, and how many of you were working the rice field at the time? Response: first, 2 groups were transferred to do the rice farming, including myself at the time. Question: so was it near the Jade village? How far was it from the Chiang Ai location where there was a house to detain the prisoners temporarily? Response: it was about 1 kilometer away. Question: did you know that those people who were arrested and detained and interrogated, were any tortures used on them? And did you see any court judgment on their sentencing? Do you see any such court documents? Response: during the Khmer Rouge regime, the court was non-existent. They were taken and killed. It was simply like that. Question: so you yourself never heard people talking about the court or the judicial institution at the time. Is this correct? Response: that is correct. Question: from the time you started working as a guard for the S21 office until the liberation day of the 7th January 1979, were you allowed permission to visit your home or visit your parents, or to do any other work, or to leave your unit? Response. During the entire period that I worked for S21, I was not allowed to visit home. One day, Mon assigned me to go with other 4 people to go to the village, my village, and at that time I took the opportunity to inquire about my parents. Question: what about the rest of the S21 staff? Were they allowed to have a home visit? Or there was no such permission for home visit? Response: I did not know about the rest. Question: you have known certain facts as you were a guard outside. The question is, how many vehicles were used on a permanent basis at S21, and what were the makes of those vehicles? Response: the vehicles used at S21 included Land Rover. There were 2 Land Rovers and 4x4 from China. There were 2 4x4 tracks and 1 saloon. That's a small car for transporting vegetables. Question: did you ever see a ZMC, the military truck from the former regime, the 10-wheel ZMC military truck? Did you ever see such a truck at S21? Response: there was a ZMC truck. However, it was later on given to Hoi Srai. Question: how many of the ZMC trucks and when was it delivered to Hoi Srai? Response: I knew when Mih Peng Kri left Tul Slaing, he went to drive at that location, and it was in late 77. Question: in the operation of arrest in Phnom Penh, did your group or the group that led by Ho, did the group ever use the ZMZ truck to transport those people to be detained at S21? Response: my apology, there was another truck which was fully covered and it was used for the arrest of people. The question is whether you use the ZMC military truck from the Lunar regime to make the arrest. Did you ever use such a vehicle to arrest and transport those prisoners throughout Phnom Penh? I want you now to only focus on that vehicle, particular, the ZMC military truck. Response: no, we did not. Question: can you think of the general food ration for the prisoners? You already stated that a plate was used for each prisoner to distribute gruel for the prisoners. Did you ever see at S21 that the American mark was used for the distribution of gruel for the prisoners? that American mark, some people refer to it as in the shape of an ox shoe. Was that type of mark used for the distribution of gruel for prisoners? Response: I did not go in and see how the prisoners were distributed with gruel. However, I believe the mark was used to fetch the gruel and to put them onto the plates. Question: so you implied that the mark was used in the place of a ladle to fetch the gruel? Response: the mark was used in place of a ladle because a ladle was small, so the mark was bigger and it fetched more gruel, so it can be distributed on more plates for the prisoners. Thank you, Mr. Hum Hui, says the President. I do not have any more questions for you. Judges on the bench, do you have questions for this particular witness? Judge Cartwright, you take the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. You have told us today that you were aware that Vietnamese prisoners of war were detained at S21 and that they were killed and buried around S21. Is that correct?
Response: that is correct, Your Honor.
And I think you put a number of about 60 Vietnamese prisoners of war. Is that correct?
Hum Hui, that is correct.
As well as prisoners of war, did you see any other Vietnamese detained at S21, such as ordinary Vietnamese people or people who were described as Vietnamese spies?
Hum Hui, I only saw the Vietnamese soldiers. I did not know whether they were soldiers or spies because they spoke only Vietnamese.
Earlier in this trial, the accused has agreed that 345 Vietnamese prisoners who are described sometimes as soldiers, sometimes as spies, and sometimes as ordinary people were detained at S21. Does that number, do you agree with that number also?
Hum Hui, whatever figure he says, then I would agree because I would not have a whole understanding of the total number.
Given that the accused agrees that there were 345 Vietnamese, do you suggest that they were all killed and buried around S21?
Hum Hui, that is correct.
នៅពេលដែលមានចំនួនមនុស្សច្រើនត្រូវបានសម្លាប់បែបនេះហើយកប់នៅជុំវិញ
Can you tell me how they were killed and where they would have been buried?
សម្លាប់ទៅដោយរបៀបណាហើយការកប់នោះគឺកប់របៀបណាដែរបាទខ្ញុំសូមជម្រាបថាការសម្លាប់នឹងក៏គេឲ្យលុតជង្គង់
The killing was the same. They were ordered to kneel near the pits and they would be struck. Later on, they would be thrown into the pits and buried.
So there must have been some very large pits dug around S21. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Was your unit responsible for the digging of these pits? Or if not, which unit would have dug them?
The guard section were responsible. That was the Pains group.
You have spoken of the Vietnamese prisoners of war and some Westerners. What about other nationalities? Did you see Thai prisoners detained at S21?
Your Honor, I saw them detained at S21, but they were released later on.
So you are telling us that Thai prisoners were detained but were released. Can you explain why that would be?
I did not know how it happened, but they were sent out.
Were they sent out by truck to go to Chung Ek, or were they simply released from the prison S21?
They were taken out without being shackled, like the way they were being sent in, and they were even given clothes, so they would have been released.
And do you know what happened to them after that?
Him Hoi, I don't know, because after they left, I have no further information.
Mr. President, I note that Maître Roux wishes to address the court.
The President, Mr. François Rouge, you take the floor.
Mr. Hu, I apologize for interrupting you, but this has no connection here with the questioning, but we smell that there's a burnt smell here, so I'd just like to ask the security service to see if there might not be a problem here. There's a burning smell here. You as well? So it might be a good idea to check this.
We will check.
Ms. Shaka, we also smelt this too.
The President, the security personnel and the court official are now directed to check out what is happening.
May I continue in the meantime, Mr. President, seeing we can see no smoke yet? What about other nationalities, such as Indians, Laotians, Indians and Laotians, anyway? Did you see any such nationalities at S21?
Him hoi, no, I didn't.
I gather there's no need to panic. There's waste being burned outside. I want to turn now to Cham Muslims who might have been imprisoned at S21, and I refer to ERN number 000-78437, a book called Ukubar by Osman, and in particular at ERN 78457. In this book, a number of Cham Muslims are identified by the author as having been detained at S21, and the execution dates for about 2/3 of them are also recorded. Do you recall any Cham Muslim detainees at S21?
Him hoi, no, I don't.
Can I now turn to ERN 00242285? I apologize, but I have only the English for this. Is the court officer able to find the Khmer version? I wonder, President, if I might ask the court officer to put this list on the, ask AV to put this list on the screen, please. Can we scroll it so that we see the ERN number, please? So the ERN number in Khmer is 00006728. Can you see Him Hoi that that is a list with the title Prisoners' Names Smashed by Brother Hoi Sray? Are you able to read that, or shall I tell you what the list says?
Him Hoi, could you please read for me?
Yes, in that list there are 18 names of prisoners smashed by Brother Hoi Sray, and the list is dated 23 July 1977. Underneath the list, the following words appear: total prisoners, including 160 children, smashed by Brother Sray, are 178 persons. My question to you is, am I right to assume that all 178, including the 160 children, were killed at Chung Ek?
Him Hoi, I don't know about this.
At S21, did you see children detained with their parents, with their mothers in the cells?
Him Hoi, as I already stated earlier, I saw children were detained along with their mothers.
What happened to those children?
Him Hoi, Peng made the decision to get them out to be smashed. I don't know whether the children would have been transported to be executed at Cheung Ek.
And finally, can I return to the Westerners whom you say were first executed and then burnt using tires? How were they executed and where were they executed?
Him Hoi, these four people were executed near the church, and then they were burned using tires just on the road, the paved road.
Can you remind me which road this was, please?
Him Hoi, I only know the Bethlehem location, but I don't know the name of the road.
Thank you. Mr. President, I have no further questions for this witness, but may I ask the accused some questions in relation to this?
The President, you take the floor.
Thank you. Can you confirm that Cham Muslims were imprisoned at S21?
The President, please be seated. The court is now back in session. We continue hearing the testimony of witness Him Hoi.
The President, Mr. Hum Hoi, we have heard your testimony regarding the operation of the arrest of Hum Hoi or Hoi Israel, who was a committee member of S21 office at Baku or Slaku. And my next question is, how did the arrest was the arrest done at day or at night? And after he was arrested, where was he sent? Was he sent directly to S21 in Phnom Penh, or was he sent directly to Chiang Ai? Hum Hoi. For Brother Hoi Israel's arrest, he was put into a vehicle and transported to Phnom Penh. Question: what happened to his wife and children? Were they arrested as well? Response: his family and his siblings were also arrested. The President, let me go back a little bit. On the arrest and the sending of the people to S21 office. You already told us in the case of the people who were arrested and sent from the east zone. They were in hundreds of number, and how they were walked in and how they were received and handed over, and that your men would drive those vehicles into the compound of the S21 office. My question is, how was the handing over of large number of people like that processed? Because previously you told us those people had to be questioned for their biographies, and then they will be photographed with a placard of their serial number. Was the process the same for a large number of prisoners who were tracked in? I meant the process of the extraction of the biographies and the photography session, and how they were sent to the room or the individual cells. Response. When they were transported from the east zone, they would arrive at my location. Then their guards and the drivers would be replaced by my group. So I also gathered the force from the guards from the S21, and we would board the tracks, and we would drive the tracks into the front gate of the compound, and each one of them would be ordered to disembark, and they would be arrested, and after the process was done, they would be detained at the south building. So the measure was taken in order not to alarm those who were still on the track. So only one of them was ordered to disembark at a time. Questions. So if it happens, it means each one of them was not yet questioned for the biography and being photographed. Is this correct? Response. Those people who were arrested en masse, they were not yet registered. They would be placed into the room first, and later on they would be questioned for the biography, and their photographs would be taken. Thank you, says the President. In receiving people and your group who was tasked to receive the people who were sent from various units at the location where you station, which is commonly known as the Beehive radio station currently. The question is, were there people who were sent to that location? Were all of them sent from your location directly to S21? Or were there any other cases where they were sent to any other location? Response. When the prisoners were sent to Tulslai, the important prisoners would be detained in the prisons, and for the less important prisoners, they would be sent to Preso, to Hoisrai's section. Question. So at that location, then they would be classified into different groups. The important prisoners to be detained at S21 would be sent to S21, and the rest, who were the less important prisoners, would be sent to the re-education camp at Preso. Is this a fair assumption? Response. Yes, that is correct. Question. The arrest and the sending of certain people from your location to the re-education camp at Preso, who made such order? Response. I did not know clearly, because those people who made mistakes, make minor mistakes, were sent, and only Ho and Dutch who would have the authority to order them to be sent to Preso. Those minor offense prisoners. Questions. In the operation of sending the people from your location to Preso, did you personally accompany those people when they were transported to Preso? Response. I did not go with them. I could not recall the force who took them to Preso. My group, however, would drive the vehicles and accompany them to Preso. Questions. During your duty and in the conduct of the operation to send the people into the S21 office in Phnom Penh, as well as some who will be sent to the re-education camp at Preso. Did you ever meet children? Response. When they were sent, there were all kinds of people. There were spouses and children. For those who were sent to Preso, they would first put in a house to the east of the road, and then they would be transported from that location to Preso. Question. What about those people who were later sent into S21 for their detention? Did their children who were arrested come along with them into S21 security office? Or were the children separated and sent to Preso? I talk about the children and the younger children here. Response. For the children and the mothers who were the less important prisoners, they would be sent to Preso. Only the important prisoners, for example, the fathers, would be detained at S21. Question. So it means the children were also classified according to the category of the father or the mother. If the father was an important prisoner, then they would also be sent along with the father to S21. Is this correct? Response. That is correct. Question. During the time of your working there, did you ever receive any foreigners besides the Vietnamese prisoner of war? Were there any other foreigners who were sent to your location? Response. I did not know where those foreigners were arrested. They were also detained. Question. Did the foreigners, were the foreigners also sent through your location before they were sent for detention inside S21? Or were they sent directly for detention at S21 without going through your group? Response. When foreigners were detained, I was not aware of it, but another group made the arrest of those foreigners. So there was another group who made the arrest of those foreigners. Question. Do you know the full row group during the time that you work at S21? Did you ever encounter or receive the full row group? Response. I saw those people with big bills, and I just presumed they were foreigners, and I did not know their original or their nationality. Question. How many of them, those with big bills? And how did you know they had big bills over there? If your group did not engage in the operation of receiving and sending them into the prison? Can you elaborate on that? Response. At that time, I was instructed by Ho to assist when a lot of prisoners were arrested. So I went inside the compound and I saw them. They were those with big bills, but I did not know their nationalities. Question, how was their complexion, light complexion? And what about the hair, brown hair, black hair, and how many of them? Response, from what I saw, there were 3 or 4 of them. They had white hair with a lot of hair on their body. Question, the full row group. When I talk about the full row group, they were not those foreigners. They were from the tribal area, and they lived along the border of the Cambodia, Vietnam. They were ethnic minority, and they lived in the forest, and they were arrested and sent to that location. Were you aware of them being arrested and sent to the location there? Response, I did not know which group was which, but I clearly saw a few people who had big bills. The President, let me go back a little bit and we talk about the Vietnamese group. You already stated about the Vietnamese prisoners of war whom you went to receive them from Svay Rieng province. The question is, where did you receive them in Svay Rieng when you went to receive them? And you also stated that you went to receive them on 2 occasions. Did you receive them only in Svay Rieng, or you went to receive them at the battlefield? Response, when I went to receive them, I went to receive them from at the south of the provincial town, about 400 or 500 meters of the provincial town. Question, when you went to receive those Vietnamese prisoners of war from Svay Rieng province whom were already detained and transported them to S21, did they wear the uniform? Response, those Vietnamese prisoners of war whom were arrested, they wore military uniforms with their rank displayed on the uniform as well. Question, besides the Vietnamese prisoners of war whom you were instructed from Dutch to receive them from Svay Rieng and transported them to S21 in Phnom Penh, were there any other prisoners of war who were transported to your location? It means the location where you would receive the prisoners, and later on that you would send them to S21. Were there such cases? If so, were they actual Vietnamese prisoners of war in uniform, or were they Vietnamese civilians? Response, when I went to receive those Vietnamese prisoners of war and transported them into the S21 office, they were the actual Vietnamese soldiers with the Vietnamese military uniform. The President, we already asked you about that. And besides those Vietnamese prisoners of war that you went to transport on the 2 occasions, I want to ask, when you stationed at the location which is now known as the Beehive radio station, were there any other Vietnamese prisoners arrived or were sent to your location and that they were sent from various other units. Either they were Vietnamese prisoners of war or Vietnamese civilians. Did you ever receive them at that location? Response. Those whom I went to receive them, they were not put into the prison, they were sent directly to prison. Questions. Besides the two occasions that you went to receive them in Swaring, did you ever receive any other group of Vietnamese prisoners of war which were sent by other units to your location in Phnom Penh? Response. I misunderstood your previous question. Yes, they were sent by their own respective units from the East Zone when those Vietnamese soldiers were arrested, and then they were sent to my locations, and then I would send them into the S21 prison. Question, were they in large number? Response, yes, they were in large number. Question, can you estimate how many of them altogether in combination of those whom you went to receive on two occasions in Swaring? How many prisoners of war, Vietnamese prisoners of war altogether? Response, from my estimation, it could be in the amount of 60 people whom were sent to my location. I noticed the presence of the Defense Council. You take the floor.
Mr. Hu, my apologies, Mr. President, but I just would like to let you know that sometimes the translation is, we haven't heard the entire translation when you speak again. So if you could please wait until the end of the translation for those who do not speak Khmer.
The President, thank you, Francois Roux, for your comment. I will try to improvise the timing. During the times that your group was tasked to send the people from your location inside S21, were there elder female prisoners whom were arrested along with their husbands? Response, yes, there were. They were put inside S21 prison. Question, were they the mothers or the grandmothers of the important prisoners, or did they themselves commit an offense? Response, regarding this matter, I did not know much about what mistakes they made. I just know that when they were sent to my group, then I would send them. Questioned, because they were elder prisoners, and when they arrived at your location, when they arrived, it means they arrived in group of families with elder female people or with younger children. Were they come in a group, or were the female people come separately, or were they come along with their families, or were they the relatives of those important prisoners? Response, there were elder male and female prisoners. They were 30 years old or 40 years old. However, I did not ask much about this. Once I received them, then I would send them to Suti's group. Question. Did you ever receive pregnant women who arrived at your location and subsequently you sent them inside S21 office? Response. I cannot recall whether there were any female pregnant female women, female prisoners. And also I did not pay much attention as to whether those women were pregnant or not. Once I received them, then I would send them inside. The president's. Now let me talk about the arrest of the S21 staff, including the S21 office in Phnom Penh, as well as the Preso location. During the time that you worked at S21 office in Phnom Penh, did you know any events related to the arrest of the cadres or staff of S21 office, as well as at Preso, whom were later detained at S21 office? Response. In 1977, cadres working at S21 as well as the combatants were arrested. Because of the implications made by the soldiers who were interrogated and who were sent from the Division 703. So those soldiers implicated some of the S21 staff, and as a result, the cadres and the staff who used to be in the same division were arrested continually, both at Preso and at S21 office. Question. Can you try to recall the total number of the staff or cadres of S21 whom were arrested by the S21 force and that they were detained at S21? How many of them in total from the initial screening until the end of the operation? There is no need for you to talk about the Nun Hoi or Hoi Srai. I want to talk about other people, other cadres and staff. Response. The force that worked at Tul Slai or S21, the total staff was about 400. The guards total about 300. And later on they were arrested continually, and in the end there were only 50 or 60 of them left. For those who were considered having minor offense would be sent to work in Preso, like Pain Kri, Sao Med, Jack Lee from my group, were sent by Taho to Preso. I actually requested him to re-educate that person for 1 or 2 days, but then I was refused and I was sent to Preso. And regarding the guards, there were like 10 of them in that group, and later on they were arrested and only 2 of them remain. Question. Are you talking about a unit of 100 and there were about 10 of them, and what happened? And later on, how many of them left? And can you recall those cadres or staff who were arrested and sent and who were arrested and detained at S21? Response: I cannot recall them all because there were numerous names and it has been so many years already. I can only recall James Ngoon, Man, he's a Muslim, and Brother Poch, and there were several others. I cannot recall their names. And also some interrogating cadres, including Ha and several others. Also, some guards were arrested. Question: in total, how many of them could you estimate? Were they up to 100 or hundreds or less than 100? Roughly, can you estimate? Was the number under 100, 70, 80, or was it more than 100? Can you estimate the arrest of the S21 staff and cadres? Response: they were in hundreds. It was more than 100, probably up to 200. Questions: and the level of the mistakes they made, what types of mistakes they made? Response: I did not know who made what mistake. I did not know that. We ate our meal at the same time in the evening, and later on they were arrested, and in the morning they disappeared. I could not see them. Question: did you know who ordered the arrest of the S21 staff, and which group conducted the arrest of those S21 staff? Response: I did not know which group conducted the arrest, but it is my conclusion that it's Spain's group. Question: do you know who issued the order for the arrest? And you said probably Spain was the one who carried out the order. So who issued the order? Response: at S21, the most senior person was Dutch. So it was only him who could order for such arrest. Question: what about Ho? Did Ho have the authority to instruct people to be arrested or to be killed because he was a deputy chairman? Response: Ho did not have the authority to issue an order for the arrest. An order to arrest had to be made from Dutch. Questions: order is different from a decision. So a decision for the arrest of a person or persons at S21, who made such decision? Response: only Dutch could make such a decision. He was the most senior person at S21. Question: besides having his position as the chairperson of S21, do you have any other reasons to believe that the accused Dutch made the decision to arrest the S21 staff? Response: at that time, I did not think of any reasons because he was the chairman. and any person who was implicated in a confession would be decided by him. That is Dutch. Question. What about the staff at Preso? Was there an order to arrest those and taken to be detained at S21? Response. At Preso, those people who made mistakes or who were implicated, their fate would be decided by the person here from S21, that is only from Tadut. Question. Which group would implement the order to arrest? Or in the operation to arrest the staff or cadres at Preso, and that they were later detained in S21 office in Phnom Penh? Response. The arrest of those people in Preso was done by another group, but I did not know which group, because one day I and Kri were instructed to go, but on that day the car capsized, and then we did not go. And only later on another group went, but I didn't know which group, because there was Paul's group. Paul was my superior, and Payne's group. Payne was also my superior. Question. Can you recall when a staff or cadre of S21 office or of the re-education camp at Preso who was arrested and detained at S21 office in Phnom Penh? Was the arrest only on that target, or was the family also arrested and brought along? I mean, was the whole family arrested, or only an individual person was arrested?
Him Hoi. People who were implicated in the confessions would be arrested. And I don't know whether the spouse of the person who was being arrested would have been arrested too. And I think I'm not quite sure on this. President, you gave an example regarding the arrest of Snoon, Poch or Hak, especially the interrogators who were arrested. The question is, did or were the wives of those people also arrested? Him Hoi. Any cadre whose spouse was arrested, he or her would have been arrested too. The President, can you help to recollect the time when you worked at S21 in the defense section? Have you observed any release? I mean, the release of people from S21 to their original units, or to their hometowns. Him Hoi, Mr. President, I'm sorry, could you please repeat your question? According to the time, said the President, when you worked at the S21, did you know that the people could have been released, and how many of them were released, if you know? Him Hoi. I have never seen anyone who was arrested and sent to S21 was released, because everyone who was arrested and sent there would end up being there. The President, just now you said about the operations you were assigned to assist the internal defense section, for example, to guards inside the complex. The assignment you said was not very frequent. My question is, had you ever witnessed interrogation sessions? I mean the interrogations of the detainees who were arrested and sent to that complex. Him Hoi. I have never been close to the interrogation team or sections, because I had a different assignment apart from them. President, during the time you were on guard, what is your observation regarding the condition of the detainees detained? Can you tell the court of your recollection regarding that condition? Him Hoi. When I entered into that location, I saw detainees being detained, and there was some kind of bad smell from each room because it was not properly cleaned, and I think I had only work hard to make sure that the guards were on duty. And I also noticed that the interrogators who were interrogated and returned with wounds sustained on their back. I did not actually visit or see any particular place of interrogation. I only been very cautious to make sure that the guards were vigilant while they are on duty. And then I returned to my place. The President, did you notice that the detainees were allowed to be washed? Him Hoi. Detainees were allowed to have a wash, but normally they could have been washed by a spray of water from a water hose, and they would not be released to have a wash because the guards would be afraid that they would abscond. Killed during the same night simultaneously, or were they killed at different times? Him Hoi. The prisoners were killed gradually, I mean not at just one single time. Those who were interrogated first would be killed first.
ឥឡូវនេះខាងអង្គភាព
The President,
គាំពារសាកសី
the
អាចរកបាន
Westsu unit,
ផ្នែកខាង
do you think you can find a
លោក
person who can assist Him Hoi? But as I was told, actually, the psychiatrist is ready to assist Him Hoi. Mr. Him Hoi, do you think you want that person to be sitting next to you now? The President, Him Hoi, I don't need that person for the time being. The President, thank you. So we proceed further with the questions. The court official is directed to tell that person to be waiting, and only when the witness is so moved by his testimony, then his assistant would be well needed. Now he is in good mood. The President, now we come to the operation regarding the process of how detainees were taken to be executed at Chiang Ai. Do you know why Bang Chiang Ai was initially taken as the killing site and when? Him Hoi, I actually don't remember the date when Chiang Ai was chosen to be the killing site. The President, if you can recollect in what year that Bang Chiang Ai was chosen to be the killing site. Him Hoi. In 1977, Bang Chiang Ai was chosen as the killing site, but who made such a decision, I don't know. The President, thank you. Can you remember the events in which detainees were being sent from S21 office in Phnom Penh to Chiang Ai? How were the detainees sent there? And when did it happen? Him Hoi. Detainees were transported to be executed at Chiang Ai at night. The list of the detainees to be smashed were prepared by Ta Ho and Tri and Peng. So I don't know actually what they've been doing, but actually they knew the numbers of detainees to be sent out. The President, how were they transported, or how did detainees get to Chiang Ai? By walking or by being uploaded on the trucks? Him Hoi, after having the list of the detainees to be executed at dusk, at about 6 to 6:30 p.m., people would be removed from their detention cells and walked from that prison, and the truck would be parked next to the gate, and a chair would be put behind or at the rear of the truck, while detainees would be directed to step on that chair to walk into to climb into the truck and sit down. The president. And what happened next? Were there any reactions from the detainees while they were being transported? Or were there any words used by the guards to the detainees while they were being uploaded onto the truck before they were sent to Chiang Ai? Him Hoi, while detainees were being shackled and blindfolded, Ho advised the forces that while they were being transferred on the truck, tell the detainees that they were being transferred to a new home, and never let them know that they would be executed. So no other phrase except that they would be sent to a new home should be told to the detainees.
Question. So the word that is used to tell them that they are being moved to a new house was used as a standard when the prisoners were taken out from the detention to be killed. Does it happen on every occasion? Response. Yes. The guards and the transport team were instructed to use these standard phrases. Question. In transporting the prisoners, for each load, how many prisoners were taken and how many prisoners were in each truck or each vehicle? Response. During the transportation, there were small and large vehicles, including a Land Rover or 4x4, a Chinese truck. In each vehicle, for example, in the 4x4, there could be 60 prisoners and about 10 plus in the Land Rover. So in each load there could be 60, 70 or up to 100 prisoners. Question. What about during the trip? Did you ever encounter any obstacle? For example, when they were transported from S21 in Phnom Penh to Chiang Ai? And how did it take for each trip? Response. I could not estimate how long it took. It might be half an hour to reach Chiang Ai. Question. And while arriving at the location, when the prisoners were transported to Chiang Ai, what was the operation done and organized by the S21 security guards while they arrived at that location? Response. Upon arriving, a unit which was there to receive the prisoners, they would switch on the generator. Also, the light would be on in the house. When the vehicles arrived, they would open to the back of the truck, then they will put a chair, and each prisoner would be ordered to disembark, and then they would be put one by one underneath the house. There was a big room there, and after that, that team would take the light and the necessary tools to bring along to the pits in order to be ready to kill. Question. And what happened during the killing process? Response. At that time, my force would provide the protection to those prisoners, and the executioners would be ready at the pits. And some guards would be posted near the gate, and each prisoner would be walked toward the pit to be killed. Question. Was there a check of the prisoners' list? Because when they were sent, there would be a checking of the list of prisoners between Ho and Suhti before the prisoners were embarked, were put onto the vehicles. So did they check a list of those prisoners, for example, the names A, B, C, D, and the total number of the prisoners per death load before they were put into the vehicles? Response. When the prisoners were sent from the prison, actually they already made a list of the prisoners and the total number of the prisoners. So when I went to transport them, then I take the list, and then I would check the list against I would check the names against the list that I was given to make sure that the total number of the prisoners was correct. Otherwise, I would be responsible. Question. So the method of the operation is that when you arrived and before the prisoners were taken out from where they were placed temporarily under the house, a generator was switched on, and then you would check the names against the list of the prisoners, and then they would be taken out. This is to make sure that the number of the prisoners was correct. Is this a fair assumption? Response. That is correct. Upon arrival, then the names will be checked again, and the total numbers of the prisoners will be checked again. For example, 80 or 100 people, and then the list will be brought back to Phnom Penh. Question. For the transportation of the prisoners to the killing site at Chiang Ai, were the prisoners transported by the vehicles close to the house where they were waiting to receive them, or the vehicles would be stopped a further distance and that the prisoners would be ordered to walk for 5 or 10 minutes before they could reach that house? Response. Actually, the prisoners were transported on the track next to that house. Question. And the prisoners who were transported there, they were ordered to disembark, and then they would be ordered to sit underneath the house, in a big room underneath the house with the enclosed walls. Is it correct? Or whether they were put on the house? Response. There were no prisoners in the house. The prisoners were put under the house, because underneath the house they also placed a wall around. Question. Did you notice that they use a lot of light and the generator? How big was the generator? Response. I did not notice the power of the generator. However, about 10 fluorescent lights could be used. And the length of the fluorescent lights were 50 to 60 centimeters each. Questions. The distance from the house where the prisoners were ordered to sit temporarily to the location of the pits where they would be later killed, how far was it? Response. I believed it's about 50 or so meters. Question. The huge number of people, 70, 80 or 100 as you just stated, and for such a large number of people, how long did it take to have them killed? Response. It took hours. We departed Phnom Penh around 8 o'clock and we arrived there around 8:30 after about half an hour arrangement. So it's 9 o'clock and it's finished by about 1 or 2 a.m. in the morning. Question. What about the pits to bury the dead bodies? How were they prepared and who were in charge of digging the pits and who was in charge of burying the dead bodies after they were killed? Response. It's Tain's group who was in charge in one section of Chiang Ai. He was in charge of digging the pits, of killing the prisoners, and of burying their bodies. Question. Did you know how the prisoners were killed at Chiang Ai? Were they shot? Or were they clapped or were they struck with a club? Or what method of killing of the prisoners at that location? Response. The executioners were instructed to kill the prisoners by asking the prisoners to kneel down near the rim of the pits. Then they would use an ox cart's axles to strike the back of the necks, and later on they would use a knife to slash the throat. And after that, when they were dead, then they would untie or remove the cuff and remove the clothes. Question. So the killing was not the way that they were struck and then they would be thrown into the pits. So actually they were struck and then their necks were cut and then the handcuffs were removed and the clothes were removed before they were thrown into the pits. Is this correct? Response. That is correct. Questions. As far as you know, the killing of the prisoners who were transported in large number, how long did it take to have the process of transporting them and killing them at Preso? What, on average, how many days did it take to have such a session? Response. As far as I know, it happened between 1 to 2 weeks after they completed their confessions. Question. After the prisoners were killed, did those who have the responsibility to bury the dead bodies, they would bury the dead bodies straight away, or they had to wait until next day? Response. After they were killed, their bodies would be buried immediately. They did not wait until the next day. Question. As far as you know, were children sent to that location to be killed? Response. When we transported the prisoners, we did not see any children. The children were the responsibility of Payne's group, and they were killed right at Tulslai. Question. At Chiang Ai, were any Vietnamese prisoners of war sent to be killed at Chiang Ai? Response. As far as I know, the Vietnamese people were not transported to Chiang Ai to be killed. Question. During the time that you work as a staff of S21 in the guard unit, and that you arrived and stay at Chiang Ai, did you know of any event or occasion when a prisoner or prisoners successfully escaped? Response. When I transported the prisoners in large group, one of the prisoners escaped. I checked the list, and the list was actually correct. But when I returned next day in the morning, the Division 703 arrested a prisoner who escaped, and then they telephoned to report to Dutch, and then the situation went a bit chaotic. The prisoner was brought back, and Ho instructed my group, all of us, including the drivers and those worked at Chiang Ai, to a meeting. And he wanted to find out who actually let the prisoner escape. But for the whole morning meeting, he could not find anyone responsible for it. And when the prisoner was arrested, he was still in the cuff or with the tide. The question. So the prisoner who successfully escaped and later on rearrested by the Division 703, what happened to that prisoner? Respond. He was brought back to the prison. The President, let me go back a little bit and let me talk about the important prisoners who were actually members of the parties or the cadres of the CPK members. Where were they killed? Were they also taken to be killed at Chiang Ai? Response. For the important cadres, they were killed at the vicinity near Tul Slang. They were not taken to Chiang Ai. Question. Where about in Chiang Ai, in S21? Was it to the west or the north of Tul Slang? Response. It was only to the south and the west of Tul Slang where they were killed. Questions. You mentioned the west of Tul Slang. How far was it? Was it further from the Russian market? Tul Tumpung? Or was it toward the Olympic Stadium? So, was it from the traffic light at Tul Tumpung toward the east of the Olympic Stadium near the Mohammadri Pagoda? Or was it only at the boundary of that road to the east? Response. It was to the south, near the creek, and the one to the west, it was near the road running at the back of S21. Question. What about the S21 staff who were arrested? Were they interrogated in the same way as the other prisoners were interrogated? Response. The S21 staff were also interrogated in the same manner as the other prisoners, and they were also killed at the vicinity near the prison. The President, let me go back now to Preso. Were the Preso staff arrested and sent directly to be killed at Chiang Ai? Response. I do not know much about those who were arrested at Preso or they were taken and killed at Chiang Ai. They would be detained first, interrogated, and later on they will be taken and killed. Question. This morning you stated in relation to residents of Lunnon in Baku or Slaku, which was an operation to arrest Nam Hui or Hui Srai, and this person was a member of the S21 committee in charge of the re-education camp at Preso. Did you know about that event? What was that location at Slaku used for? Response. Slaku was not the area where the prisoners were arrested, and I was not at that location as well. I was at a village to the east of the Lunnon's residence. And when we worked in the rice field, we actually worked near the vicinity of that area. Question. Where was the location where the prisoners worked in a rice field for Preso, and there was a large number of children who stayed there. Which unit was in charge of the children somewhere near Slaku? Response. At Slaku, this was non-existent. There was only a unit in Preso. As far as I know, Hui and Paul were there and they worked together. And after Paul was transferred from Phnom Penh, then he was assigned to work with Hui at that location. Question. Did you know an event when the children were gathered from Preso and they were killed at Chiang Ai? I mean the group of children. Response. I was not aware of that. The President, let me go back a little bit. Did you know about the arrangement of the units for the operation? You talk about the Pain's group. What was his position and what was he responsible for? Response. Pain was an overall chairman of the guard unit to provide the security to the entire prison. And Paul was also the chairman of the guard unit. And later, there were three who was a member. And I was a temporary deputy chief in charge of bringing in the prisoners from outside. Response. In the guard units, how many teams were there? Or probably what, a unit of hundreds? How many of them? Response. For the guard unit, there was a messenger unit, so there was one entire unit on its own, and then there's a guard unit. But after a lot of members were killed, then these two units combined into one unit, and it was known as the guard unit. Question. So after a lot of them were killed, then there was only one guard unit for both the outside and the inner guard team. Is this correct? Response. The guards and the messengers were arrested. Even some people working in the kitchen were also arrested. A lot of people from various units were also arrested, and in the end, only one guard unit remained. Question. And what happened to the interrogation unit? Any members of the team arrested? Response. The interrogation unit, the guard unit, and various other units, members of all the units were arrested.
រឿងហេតុផ្សេងទៀត
The President.
ដូចជាខាងផ្នែក
Regarding some other
លោក
events,
បានស្គាល់ទេ
for example, the situation in regards to the medical unit at
ក៏
S21,
ក្រុមពេទ្យដែរទេហើយបើមាន
were you familiar with the medical unit there? If you were aware of it, how many staff working in that medical unit and who was the chief and what happened to them?
បាទខ្ញុំសូមជម្រាប
Response.
ទាំងកងការពារទាំងសួរចម្លើយ
The guards unit, the interrogation unit, the economics unit, the kitchen unit, the medical unit,
ពេទ្យនិងពួក
the faith
ទាំងអស់គ្នាហ្នឹង
of all the members of all the respective units somehow were arrested.
អ្នកច្រើន
There were quite a lot of number of staff working in the medical unit, but in the end there were only a few left.
លោកស្គាល់ទេស្គាល់ពេទ្យទេពេលណាដែលគេ
Question.
ធានហើយគេចាប់ខ្លួន
Did you know any staff working for the medical unit and who was the chief and whom were arrested?
បាទខ្ញុំសូមជម្រាប
Response.
ខ្ញុំនៅចាំឈ្មោះបាន
I remember the names.
ពេទ្យរិន
The medic Ren was arrested.
គាត់ជាមេក្រុមពេទ្យនៅកន្លែងទួលស្លែងអ្នក
Ren was in charge of the medical unit for the general treatment for both the prisoners and staff.
ស្គាល់មានពេទ្យឈ្មោះត្រីទេ
Question. Was there a medic named Three?
បាទបាទ
Response. Yes, brother Three
ជាមួយទាំងអស់គ្នាទៅព្រៃហ្នឹងក៏គាត់
fled with us to the forest and I did not know whether he is dead or alive.
បុគ្គលិកពេទ្យទាំងអស់នៅទីនោះមាន
Question.
បរិសុទ្ធប្រមាណស្ត្រីប្រមាណ
Regarding the medical staff, how many male and how many female staff?
បាទតាមខ្ញុំ
Response.
ដឹងគឺ
As far as I know,
ប៉ោៗទាំងអស់
they were all male.
គ្នាប្រហែលជា6 7នាក់
There were 6 or 7 of them.
កន្លែងធ្វើការរបស់
The President.
នៅកន្លែងណានៃមន្ទីរស21
Where was the medic house located?
បាទខ្ញុំអត់បានចាំដែរដឹងជាគាត់
Him Hui. I don't remember what maybe they stayed at the place where brother T stay or maybe at the outside of the prisons wall. President, I think you have already given a lot of accounts of the past and that when detainees were taken from the prison compound to be executed, who ordered such operation? Was the order made orally or was it made in a written form?
បាទខ្ញុំអត់បាន
Him Hoi.
ដឹងដែរព្រោះ
I don't know.
តាមរយៈ
I only learned from Ta Ho and brother
តាម
Susti
ច្បាស់យ៉ាងគេគឺតាមតាហោ
and mainly from Ta Ho. I did not know who made the decision, but
ហើយនឹងបងទីហ៊ានដើរ
I think only Deutsch who would be the person who made the decision through Ho that such operation could be conducted.
កម្លាំងនៅក្នុងមន្ទីរសន្តិសុខ
The President.
21សរុបដែលលោកបានដឹងទាំងអស់ហ្នឹងចេញមកពីប្រភពណា
Where were all these defense unit members
នៃបុគ្គលិក
from?
កម្មាភិបាលទាំងអស់ហ្នឹងមកពីប្រភពណាខ្លះ
បាទតាមខ្ញុំដឹង
Him Hoi.
ពីខាង703
They were from 703 and from the west, from Kampong Chnang.
មក
from which direction there were more forces than the other? I mean, from the west and from that other location. There were two groups of people from the west, and there were more people from 703. There was about a unit of 100 from Division 703. So how many people were there in the unit of 100, says the President? For the unit of 100, there were about 300 people.
The
President. So who conducted the arrest? Were the people from 703 or were the people from the west who were assigned to make such arrests? Him Hui, I don't know about this. The only thing I know is that more and more people disappeared. The President, I'm not asking that question. I asked you to tell the court when it comes to the arrest. And you told us that there were forces from the west and from 703. So in those arrests, I think I would like to rephrase the question. When the people were arrested, I mean even staff member of S21, so in which section or which forces were the arrests made the most? Do you understand my question? Him Hoi, I think more people were executed in the people from 703. President, had you ever attended any political sessions or trainings? If you had, where were those sessions while you were still staff member at S21? Him Hoi. The study session would be conducted fortnightly, and the staff member would be called to meet at Dutch's house next to the sewer canal. And people from security prison, like in a appraiser, also would be called to study there at his house.
For this witness, but may I ask the accused some questions in relation to this?
The President, you take the floor.
Thank you. Can you confirm that Cham Muslims were imprisoned at S21?
The accused. I only learned of this matter through the list. Through my analysis, these people were the people who did business in Arab village, the village in which Cham Muslims raised cattle. They were evacuated and later on Later on, Nat gathered them and detained at the Khmer prison. I think there were about 30 of them or something, so that's what I learned.
Are you familiar with the list to which I referred earlier that is found in the book Ukuba?
The accused. This list, I don't know whether the Office of Co-Prosecutor or the co-investigating judges who made available to me, and that they asked me to give my explanation concerning the detainees to be smashed. That's why I found out the number of the Cham Muslims people. And these names also contain in the list of the what we call the master list of S21 too.
Thank you. Now, returning to the list of prisoners' names smashed by Brother Hoi Srey, which has the statement at the foot of the list, total prisoners, including 160 children, smashed by Brother Srey are 178 persons. I know you have acknowledged this fact earlier, but what I want to understand from you is how and where these children were executed.
The accused. These children were removed from S21 from Presaw at the rice field. Other people were also taken from that section. That's why it states in the document that at the section of Hoi Srey. So Ho was the one who signed on that piece of document. So Ho managed this execution, and I believe that they were executed at Cheung Aek.
And you have said previously that you were not certain how they were executed, but that you believe they may have been executed by striking them against a tree. Is that correct?
The accused, Your Honor, I still am convinced that these people could have been treated that way, and I'm very remorseful to hear that, and I am convinced that they could be ended up like that.
Thank you. The purpose in my questions is to establish the facts so that the court has the opportunity to make a decision, and so that the people of Cambodia will have factual information. Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Judge Yasakon, say the President, you take the floor. Judge Yasakon, Mr. Hum Hoi, earlier on this morning, you have spoken of the accused and Ho who had a conflict. What was the conflict? Hum Hoi, I have learned this information from Ta Ho. Ta Ho told me that he had disputes with Dutch for 3 times regarding the his people because he said he was in favor of 703 while Dutch would not. Judge Yasakon, was the disputes started before the arrest of member of staff at S21? Him Hui. The dispute started before the arrest of staff member at S21 were made. Judge Yasakon, earlier you were telling us that the staff member of S21 were those from 703 and there were no execution of the forces from the West. Can you tell us more about this? Him Hui. The reason I said this because Taho said that Dutch accused him of being biased toward the 703 forces at S21. Later on, 703 people were arrested and implicated the 703 people who were working at S21. And then the 703 people at Tuol Slang were subsequently arrested. Judge Yasakon, when staff members of S21 were arrested, how were they treated? Were they treated the same as the other detainees? Him Hui, I don't know how they were treated. The only thing I knew for sure is that people kept disappearing. And I don't know what happened to them, why they were arrested. Judge Yasakon, you said the female detainees were not shackled and that they were put into a large common room while they were locked behind closed door. Could you tell the court whether you know anything about times when those women could relieve themselves? Him Hui, the female detainees who were detained at that common large room could relieve themselves in that room. Mr. Yasakon, I have no further question, Mr. President. Judge Lavenge, you take the floor, said the President.
Bonsoir, Monsieur.
Judge Laverne, good afternoon. Is it so that when you arrived at S21, you had the position of just a simple guard? Or did you immediately have any kind of senior position with responsibilities?
Him Hui, when I first arrived at the location, I was the normal combatant.
Judge Lavergne, then you were in charge of the unit which was in charge of transporting prisoners to Chong Ek and also to process their arrival or to arrest them. So for you, were these high-level responsibilities? And in which circumstances were you led to take on these responsibilities? Who designated you to do this and why?
Him Hui. After quite a while, I was put to be in charge of the chief of the unit. And in 1977, when the cadres in the prison were arrested, I was promoted to be in charge of the unit of 100 and in charge of transportation and process of the detainees. So Ta Ho was the one who designated this task to me.
Judge Lavergne, what happened to the people who previously held the same position? What happened to these people? The people who had this position before you?
Est-ce qu'elles ont été arrêtées?
Were these people arrested?
Him Hui. I don't know what happened to them. I only learned that when they disappeared, then I would be promoted by Ta Ho.
Judge Lavergne, what can you tell us about the discipline at S21? You told the President earlier on that during your entire stay over there, you were never allowed to go visit your family. But what can you tell us about the day-to-day life? Were there strict rules? For example, were you allowed to speak to your colleagues? Were you allowed to speak to members of different units? Were you allowed to move about? Could you take leave? What can you tell us about this?
Him Hui. At the beginning, when I worked there, I was so scared of dying at the prison. When Son Sen came to give lecture there, I learned that I would not have a good life here at the court, and I asked him if I could be sent back to the military. He asked me whether I dare fight the Vietnamese, and I said yes, I did. At the beginning, at that location, we could move about, talk to one another, or had fun. But later on, after cadres inside the prison were arrested, then we were put on high alert, and people would watch us at every move, and our wrongdoing would be reported, and we were restricted to stay where we belonged, and that we could not move about easily. Even going to the superior's house would be banned.
Judge Lavergne, do you remember a device that was located close to where you were working, a device that would have been used to listen to or to record phone conversations? Do you remember something like that?
Hâm Hui. I don't remember it.
Judge Lavergne, during a confrontation that took place before the co-investigating judges, and that is indexed at D54 of the case file, the Mumnai, the witness Mumnai, who spoke yesterday, indicated that there were, close to where you were working, a device that was used to record phone conversations, and you yourself were questioned, and you said that there was a machine that had been installed before I arrived. I was very young back then, and I believe that this resembled a device to listen to songs with tapes. Does this remind you of anything?
Em hồi who was the radio operator was in charge of managing that device, but I don't know where the device would be kept and how it would be operated, because I was so green when it comes to that recording devices.
Judge Lavergne, when you were questioned by the co-investigating judges, or at least by the investigators, you spoke about purges within the S21 staff. You even spoke about this today, and you provided us with figures. And you said that according to you, in each S21 group, or the different units, you said that about 70% of the staff had been purged. Is this a figure that seems realistic to you? And what do you base yourself on to provide us with this figure?
In the beginning, there were plenty of us, but later on, there were less and less members of the team.
Question. Apart from the members of staff of Division 703, were there other staff members who were victims of the purges?
The majority of them were from Division 703. The majority of people working at S21 were from Division 703.
Vous aviez souvent l'occasion de rencontrer l'accusé.
Did you have the opportunity to meet the accused often? And what can you tell us in that case about his behavior? Was he authoritarian? Was he feared? How did he conduct himself? Did he speak to you?
Response. The meeting between him and myself, it was hard to listen to him. He spoke softly, but he was very strict on his work performance.
Vous le craigniez?
Question. Were you afraid of him? Were you afraid when you were working at S21?
Response. I was very afraid since I first seeing the prison. So first of all, I was fearful of the prison, and later on, when there was mass arrest of people from Division 703 and later the staff of S21, then I became more fearful of Dutch and also of Ho. Even Ho, he scolded me, he blamed me.
Vous avez dit avoir constaté que
you said that you observed that people around you were disappearing.
quel type de faute
Do you know
conduire quelqu'un à être envoyé en
what kind of mistake or fault a person could commit in order to be sent for re-education?
The response. Those who were sent for re-education at Preso, for example, Pengri, he capsized the vehicle while I was with him, and Salmet was removed because he was implicated with another person called Brother May, who was arrested and detained at S21. And I did not know the reasons for other people's arrest.
Question. You yourself stated at one point that you went to work in the rice fields. Did you go to work in Preso? Were you there for re-education or were you there as a camp official?
Response. I was sent to go there in order to work in the rice field and to build dams and to dig canal. The work lasted until late evening or at night time. At 6 or 7 p.m. we had to carry the salt, and it was so dark that I could not even recognize the team's member. Because we were working together with other people, some were from Division 703. And sometimes we could only rest at 11 a.m. and in the morning we had to wake up early and dig canal again.
Mais vous étiez en charge.
Question. Were you in charge of a team? Did you supervise the team? Or were you yourself assigned to work directly in the rice field? Were you there a builder directly, or were you there to supervise the building?
Response. When I was working in a rice field, I was not supervising any unit. I was working alongside with other people. I dug canals and built dams.
Donc, lorsqu'on vous a envoyé à Preso,
when you were sent to Preso, were you told that you were being sent there to be re-educated? Were you told why you were being sent there?
Response. I did not know the reason. I was transferred to be a member of the team there, and I was asked to dig canal and build a dam from Preso until the east of the river, and from the north it was further than the Lun Non's residence, and to the south it was about another kilometer. We built the dam until almost at the vicinity of Hoi's house. I worked together with members of the Division 703.
Est-ce que vous étiez entravé
Question.
pendant la nuit?
Were you shackled at night? What were your detention conditions like? Were you locked in?
ហើយថាតើគេដាក់លោកនៅទីនោះយ៉ាងម៉េចគេចាក់សោលោកនៅក្នុងបន្ទប់ដែរឬទេ
Response. I was not locked in. I was only asked to do my work, also to build a road in order for the vehicles to transport rice. I slept normally at night.
Je voudrais revenir un petit peu sur
Question. I would now like to return to Duik's role and the way you have testified about that. Can you tell us whether the accused participated personally in arrests and what was his exact personal role in such cases?
Response. His role was a major one. He supervised us in making the arrest and have to implement the instructions successfully.
lors de votre audition
Question.
par les enquêteurs.
When you were interviewed by the investigators, and I'm referring to document number D49/6, page 4 of the French, you say this in this document. I do not know what sort of person Duik used to go and arrest by himself. He went out to arrest people within Phnom Penh, outside Phnom Penh, or did so. So, were you a witness to the fact that Duik personally made arrests? Or was Duik personally present during arrests in Phnom Penh?
Response. In making the arrest, he was not present at the arrest vicinity. It was my team who conducted the arrest because he knew every one of them. So if they saw him, they would realize that they would be arrested.
Question. I would like to get some clarification regarding what you said a while ago regarding the presence of the accused at Cheong Aik. The investigators also interviewed you on this matter. You described the method of execution of the prisoners, which is consistent with what you have said today. However, you also said this. I am still referring to document number D49/6 and now at page 7. You say the prisoners were beaten whilst handcuffed, their necks were cut because Ta Duik and Ta Ho wanted this to be done.
the orders came from Ta Ho. If Ta Doik came, it was to observe the place of execution. He called people on site to a meeting. He said that hitting prisoners with a metal bar was not enough, and that they should have their throats slit, and after that he went to see the place of execution. And the question is put, how was the method of execution taught? The answer is this: Doik and Ho gave instructions during the meeting saying that we should get the prisoners to kneel down, hit them with the axle of a wagon, and slit their throats. Do you remember such a meeting? Do you remember seeing the accused attend such a meeting and issue instructions, that is to say, instructions that prisoners should be hit on the nape and also have their throats slit?
Response. I can recall the statement before the prisoners were taken to be killed. Then we were instructed on how to execute them. After we struck the blow to the neck, then we have to slit their necks to make sure they were dead.
J'ai bien compris cela, monsieur, c'est bien ce que vous avez dit
Question.
aujourd'hui.
I understood that clearly, and that is what you said today, but my question was clear. Were these instructions given to you as I have read out, and as it seems you stated before, by the accused himself in the course of a meeting? Do you understand my question?
Response. Yes, I understand your question. Before we did the killing, we received instructions on how to execute them, so we just followed what we were instructed to do.
You can also tell me that you do not wish to answer my question. That might be a simpler option, but I'm going to repeat it for the last time. Did the accused give you instructions regarding the method of execution?
Response. Yes, the method was instructed by Ho to us.
Or, ce n'est pas Douk.
Question. Ho is not Doik. Did Doik give you instructions?
Response. The instructions were given by Ho, but the decision to issue such instruction was made by Dutch.
Alors, toujours même
Question.
interrogatoire.
Still with regard to the same document, that is D49/6 on page 9 of the French, a question is put to you as follows. That is, whether you participated in executions. And you said this. And the question is put to you, if your group was participating in an execution, who carried out the executions? And you said that it depended on Ho, and he gave orders when we accompanied the prisoner to Chichung-ek. Doik accompanied people, there was one left, and he asked me, are you determined or not? And I said, in response, I am determined. If I hadn't said that, I would I was afraid that he might say that I was opposing him. He ordered me to kill the person. Do you remember this question, and do you remember the answer you gave?
Response. Yes, I remember my statement. There was a mass killing when he went to visit that location, and it was almost dawn, and sitting at the pit, it was clearly my leader, Dutch. But because I had to rush to finish my job, and he asked me whether I was absolute or not, and I responded that I was absolute. Because I was afraid if I was not absolute, then it might mean that I opposed him. At that time, I could not clearly say who was who, because it was almost dawn and a lot of people were there, including him and Dutch. So after I did that execution, then I went back in order to verify the list.
Est-ce que l'accusé vous a ordonné?
Did the accused order you to execute someone on several occasions? Did this happen only one time?
Response. Let me say clearly whether I am not really sure now whether at that time it was Dutch or Ho, because it was almost dawn and it was a rush to finish the job. So after I received the instruction, then I executed that prisoner.
Peut-être peut-on demander à Doug de se lever?
Judge Lavergne, perhaps Doig could be asked to stand up. There you are. Do you recognize this person here in this courtroom, standing up, Mr. Him Hoi?
Response. Yes, I recognized him.
Qui est-ce?
Question. Who is he?
Response. He's my superior.
Est-ce que c'était lui qui était au bord de la fosse avec vous?
Was he the person on the edge of the pit with you early in the morning, and who asked you to execute a prisoner?
Response. As I just stated, it was a rushing period because the tracks were ready to leave, because we were afraid if it was clearly dawn, then people might have seen us and we would break our secrecy. So I was not sure if it was him or not at the time. It was either him or Ho, because he was also present at the time there together with Ho.
Bien, l'accusé peut s'asseoir. Je pense qu'il aura
Judge Lavergne, the accused may sit down. He probably will be allowed to make his comments later on. After the fall of Phnom Penh, what did you do? Were you yourself in trouble?
Response. After the fall of Phnom Penh, Dutch and Ho's group gathered us from the rice fields and Priso from Ho's group, and we fled to the forest together. And we stayed about a little bit more than 1 month in the forest. Then I asked her to run back home, that we should no longer do the revolution, but he did not want to come with me. So I led some force to flee from them.
Est-ce que vous avez été arrêté en 1983?
Were you arrested in 1983, and if so, why?
Response. In 1983, I was arrested. I was accused of being the chairman of the Tulsline prison.
Vous avez été sanctionné.
Were you punished? Did you remain in detention? What happened?
Response. After I was arrested, I did not flee. I stayed there. Several months later, I was asked to work in the rice fields at the Vietnamese border and to carry the rice bags. They did not mistreat me. And after 10 months, I was allowed to return home.
Merci, je n'ai pas d'autres questions.
Judge Laverne, I have no further questions for this witness.
The President, the proceedings of hearing the testimony of the witness Hum Hui is now running a little bit late. It's already 20 past 4. And as the hearing of the testimony has not yet come to an end, and Mr. Hum Hui, the Chamber really understands the concerns that you had to answer several questions on the facts which happened several years ago, so your recollection is limited. However, your testimony hearing is not yet finished, and the Chamber will require you to provide your testimony again on the 20th of July 2009 from 9 a.m. According to the schedule, probably you will be required for 1 day the most, or could be less. Do you understand that? Yes, I understand, Your Honor. The President, the Chamber will now adjourn, and it will resume on Monday morning, the 20th of July 2009, starting from 9 a.m. Court officer, could you make necessary arrangement for the return of Mr. Hum Hui? So that you can work in cooperation with the visual unit, and he shall be returned to the chamber on Monday. Security guards take the accused back to the detention facility and bring him back on Monday morning on the 20th of July 2009. The court is now adjourned.